Hello, welcome to Climate Action Day. We've been waiting very long for this moment, working a full year on this moment. I'm joining you from Belgium, and you, Jen?
Hello, greetings from Florida. We are back. Climate Action Day 2025. Kun, we are here. So much work has gone into preparing for today. We have so much in store for the next few hours. So, really excited to be here.
We'll be going live for 4 hours, and you're free to join us for like 10 minutes, a half an hour, or the full 4 hours. And we will be having great speakers today, from journalists to royalty, actors, artists, youth, authors, and so many more people, but also schools who have been joining Climate Action Project and will be featuring their work today. And so it is also a celebration, not only a chat about climate and education.
That's right. Today is a big celebration of all of the work of our schools, our community, and our supporters on a mission of climate education for all. Kun, I see we have so many people. We've been up many hours that people have been in on the stream waiting for the start of our event. So welcoming everyone. It looks like we have global representation already. I know that we have students coming from all ages 5 all the way up through 20, joining us. Hello from our friends already early, coming to us from, it looks like, across Europe, Greece, Romania, Ukraine, India. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Thank you for being here with us. Can't wait to get going.
Keep going, keep posting messages about your country. Please be polite today and kind to other participants. And we are happy to showcase your comments today, as they are also very valuable. Keep posting questions to our speakers and so on. And so, yeah, really happy to do this today with you. We would like to share as well that as part of Climate Action Project, many people have been doing extraordinary stuff. You will be seeing more of that today. There will be a few surprises as well. And for everybody who joined the Climate Action Project, we would like to ask you to do the student survey, share it with your students, so we have some important insights about the impact of our work as well. For the first segment, we are going to have great speakers already. We are going to welcome Leon Boey in 5 minutes, I would say. And after that, we have the most extraordinary speakers joining us and sharing their vision about climate and or education, Jen.
That's right. All right. You said surprises. I know we have some fun embedded in. So we have some built-in pauses. So there's going to be some dancing, some creating, some building. Our students in classrooms around the world have been working so hard, imagining, dreaming big. We're going to be showcasing some of those great solutions today. Can't wait to bring them live to you from across the world. Oh, wow. Look at this. Pakistan, welcome. We're so happy you're with us. We're seeing schools. So as Kun mentioned, we have our live chat going on. So please introduce yourself. This is a great opportunity for our classrooms to be global ambassadors. So you are a representative of your classroom, your school, and today, even your country. So we had over 180 countries represented in the work that we've been doing with Climate Action Project. And so we're here to celebrate you and this global effort of action today.
It's amazing to see how many people and countries are already joining us. I counted at least 50, Jen, and I noticed that some of them already were online 8 hours ago. They have been posting, so that's extraordinary, I think.
It's a special moment. Sierra Leone, so great to have you all here with us. So I do know some of our classrooms are still sleeping, and we are just rising up here in the United States. The sun is shining as I'm watching it rise, and we will have people joining maybe a little bit later today. As Kun mentioned, if you're able to be here with us the whole event or even just a little, we're so thrilled to have you, and you'll be able to catch up on the recording. So if you have to close up and head to bed at any point, no problem. When you wake up tomorrow, you'll have the full recording of the full event today.
Correct. Yeah. I think we're ready, Jen, right?
Okay, let's do this. Climate Action Day 2025. Are we ready for our first speaker?
Our 6th edition today. Yeah. And some people joined the Climate Action Project this year. And for them, we are sharing the badge, the code, so they can claim their badge. People have been asking for it already. So this is the code, GAP25ROCKS.
Great. We love good badges.
Amazing. I think we're ready, Jen, to welcome our first speaker.
Okay. So we have a full lineup today. We will be having world leaders, activists, youth, schools, as we mentioned, who are sharing about the work that they are doing. Some of them will be coming in to congratulate our schools, send messages of hope, unity, collaboration, and we're going to be learning a little bit. And as we shared, we have some fun things in store. But with that, we are so excited to kick off, and I'm pleased to introduce our first speaker for Climate Action Day 2025. Leon Boey has spent years exploring the ocean, helping others see its magic. He is turning scuba diving into a force for ocean conservation and community change as the founder of Living Seas Asia. All right, Kun, let's dive right in. Welcome to Climate Action Day, Leon.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me here. Such an honor to meet all of you from around the world. It's really nice to be able to speak to so many people all at once. So let me get right into it. I mean, we've heard a lot of stories about climate change and coral bleaching in recent months. A lot of news reports about how corals are not doing well. But this is not a new story. My story starts in 2010. I was diving in Phuket in this really nice place in the Similan Islands called Kobon. And this reef is hundreds of meters long, full of little fish like in my background here. Beautiful place, mantas overhead, everybody's so happy. And we all really wanted to go back again. So I was there diving in May. And and we planned to go back in October again. And during the summer months, it got warm, as it does. But the water got too warm for the corals, and they bleached. So as you can see in the picture there, in the middle, they all started dying. When I came back in October, what I saw, these hundreds of square meters of reef that I saw was so beautiful back in May, was all dead, covered with algae. All the little fish that used to live there were gone. I don't know where they went. Luckily, they will have mantas overhead, so people were still happy. But for me, this made a very deep emotional impact, and I wanted to do something about it. So the first thing I did when I got back to Singapore was I emailed the premier tropical marine science institute in the region, and I said, "Hey, I'm a diver. I saw this thing happen, and I want to do something about it. What can I do?" Until today, 15 years later, sadly, they have not replied me yet. So I figured, let's just do it ourselves. Around the same time, I heard about this guy, Jadev, and he basically planted a whole entire forest by himself. And I thought, if this guy can do it for the land and build and grow a forest, why can't we do it for the reef as well? So that's what I figured, let's just do it ourselves. So that's what we did. This is our site here in Padang Bai, Bali, in Indonesia. This is what it looked like in 2019. You can see on the floor that it's covered in sand and coral rubble. All those pieces are actually dead corals. This was evidence that there used to be a reef here. Now, I want you to look at the statue and the rock in the background there. This was 2019, before we started any restoration. This is what it looked like in 2021. So we put in some structures, we planted some corals, and amazingly, I don't know where the fish came from, but there they are. And I show you it's the same place because the statue is still the same place. It's still there, and the rock is still there. Same view, same shot. Okay. This was 2021. This is what it looks like in 2024. Now, there's way too many fish in the way, but I show you in the background there, that little dark shape, that's the statue and the rock as well. Now you can see that the corals are so much more dense now and so much richer. There's just so much fish. Amazing. This is what I love so much about what I do, is because it's so tangible and everything just comes in on its own and so much life comes back to live on the reef. There's a video I would like to show you about how we used to do, how we used to plant the corals. Cool. This is all right. So that's what it looks like when we are what we used to do when we planted the corals underwater. We would arrange our structures underwater and we get volunteer divers who come and help us out. Toward the end of the video, you saw a couple of the local boys that we hired. When we hired them in the pandemic, they didn't even know how to swim or dive or do restoration. We taught them how to do all of that. And now, about 5 years later, they're still with us, still working to preserve and enrich their environment. And it's not just the local community. We also we used to do everything underwater. Now we have this pontoon, so we can involve other people who are not divers as well. So you don't even need to be a diver. We get school groups, we get tourists to come and join us, families who come and plant corals with us, and it's helping us to scale this reef much quicker. Our target right now is about 5 hectares or 50,000 square meters of reef. We have currently 6,500 square meters of reef planted already, with almost 320,000 coral fragments planted. Might sound like big numbers, but the ocean is vast, right? There's still much more space, much more areas that we can plant more corals at. And with the help of tourists and with the help of people who come in, we're able to achieve this goal relatively quickly. And it's not just the local community. We had 8 interns from other Indonesian islands like Java and Lombok come join us a couple of months ago, and they have built this structure. And this is our biggest structure to date. It's 2.5 meters tall, and it's so huge now that so many fish love to live around there. And it's not just the interns. I started this as a non-professional. For me, I was just a concerned citizen, a diver who wanted to do something good. And I just approach it as a farmer would. You know, I have no marine science background, no marine biology degree. I just approach it like a farmer, just like Jadev did, and planted a coral, see if it survived. If it did, great. If it didn't, okay, let's replace it. Let's put something else alive, and then let's watch it grow. And it makes me so happy that so many people now are coming to join us. Not just the interns from around here, who I hope can learn from us and bring back and start their own projects in other islands around Indonesia, but also students from around the world. To date, we've got hundreds of students coming in from the UK, from Korea, from Singapore, from Hong Kong. And these students here were from the international schools here in Bali. And they came and joined us and learned about marine conservation, learned about marine restoration, and participated in our programs to plant corals, both underwater and on the pontoon. So as what I hope for, I mean, I've been diving 20 years. And all the time that I go back to places, I always see it not get better. You know, sometimes it's a little bit worse, sometimes it's a lot worse, like my story from 2010. All I wanted to do was to build a place that would get better every year that I go back. And now that I've done it, I'm so happy to be able to share it with all of you. And I hope one day we can make more places like this happen. So thank you very much. It's been great talking to you, and I hope you find a bit of love for the ocean like the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your inspiring story, Leon. It's really nice to see how you're restoring the corals. And yeah, thank you so much for inspiring our attendees as well, because this is what we are going to do today, is focusing on solutions basically. Jen?
Yes, thank you, Leon. So I'm here on the Gulf Coast, so diving and coral reefs are really important to us here, and always love to see the impact of people like you around the world. So any advice you have for our young people listening today who might be interested in also getting involved?
I would recommend that, a lot of people around the world tend to be living in cities, tend to be not on coastal areas, so they don't have a connection with the ocean. What I always like to tell people is to get out there, go snorkel, go learn how to dive, go get immersed into the ocean and learn to love it. Because once you're in there, I guarantee you're going to love it as well.
Yeah, water is powerful indeed. So, all right. Well, we have a speaker guide, Leon, so everyone can find ways to follow you and your organization and keep in touch. But thank you for being with us for Climate Action Day and kicking us off on this event. We can't wait to stay connected, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you. See you
Thank
all.
you.
Bye.
Thanks,
Bye.
Leon.
All right, Jen?
Oh, great way to kick things off. How beautiful.
I think so, yeah. And so what we're going to do today is we will listen to speakers, experts, and then we will feature a school today, Jen.
That's right. All right. So we have our schools who have been working hard all around the world over the past 6 weeks, but also all year long. So today we are going to be featuring a select group of classrooms that are representative of our global community. Our first classroom is always a special one that we love to kick off with. Before I introduce them, Kun, do you want to give a little context?
It's a school in Kenya, and it's a refugee camp called Kakuma. And we have people over there. We have our own schools, and we have also a team over there who's working with youth, with refugee students, and they are working on innovation and climate change as well. They have their own hub, and this year they have been working on a biogas plant. They also have been working on briquettes and so many really great solutions for climate. They have been growing and planting trees as well. And we just visited the school a few months ago. And so it's great always to see what they've been working on for the past weeks and to see a special video from them, Jen.
Yeah, that's right. So special thanks to Franco, William, Simon, the whole team working there to help us lead through Kenya and the Kakuma refugee camp for the world. So I'm honored to kick things off from Kenya, the Take Action Global Maggie Innovation Lab. Let's hear from our first student, Monday Awa Arak, to present our welcome address for Climate Action Day 2025.
Hi everyone, we are giving warm greetings from Kakuma Refugee Camp, and we are students from Maggie Innovation Lab School, and we are excited to join all global schools in celebrating Climate Action Day. Here in Kakuma, we are proud to be part of this mission, working together to protect our planet through practical climate education every single day. Our program at Maggie School was developed in alignment with the tag mission of climate education for all, where we learn by doing, creating briquettes from waste materials, building local biogas system, and planting trees. We want to contribute all the global classroom around the world for your effort in climate action. From all of us here in Kakuma, and remember, together we are unstoppable, and we wish everyone a happy Climate Action Day. Thank you.
Amazing, right?
How great was that? Thank you, Monday, and thank you to all of our teachers in Kakuma for sending our message to kick off our event today.
Awesome. So we do have a lot of people online right now, and they're sharing a lot of comments. And since I last checked a few minutes ago, we already have like 500 new people.
Whoa.
And what I can see is that many people of them are based from India. And so our next speaker comes from India as well.
That's right. All right, but before we get to our next speaker, we have someone special to introduce, also from India. So today we are going to be joined by 3 youth co-hosts. So Kun and I are going to be sharing the stage with some superstars, and I'm pleased to introduce our first amazing co-host, who is also part of our TAG family as one of our leading youth interns. So Nishad, welcome. And so happy to have you with us today. You have been working hard to prepare for today's event. Hi.
How are you, Jen, Kun? All excited for Climate Action Day.
So excited, yes. So
Exactly.
you've been behind the scenes for months helping us to prepare. I know that you've been working on gathering some special speakers for us. But before we get to that, I'd love to tell everyone a little bit about you, and then you can introduce yourself. So you have been doing some incredible work, and in addition to being an intern at Take Action Global, you are leading your school's SDG club. Maybe you can tell everyone if they don't know what SDGs are, and you have won numerous prizes for your leadership and environmental work, including multiple prizes in mock parliaments, being named 100 Youth Ambassador. Congratulations. And so we are so happy to have you with us today. Nishad, you're going to be with us for the full event. I know you have some interviews,
Indeed.
some announcements coming up, so I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Namaste from India. It is great to be on the platform co-hosting. And I remember when I was the one sitting on the other side of the screen and watching the event instead. 3-time Grammy Award winner Rickey Kej uses music to unite people around the planet. His art is a celebration of nature and a call to action for all of us. Please welcome the one and only Rickey Kej.
Hello Climate Action Day. Namaste. I'm music composer Rickey Kej all the way from India. So here in India, we've got a beautiful philosophy called Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which literally means the world is one family or coexistence. Nowadays, when we think about coexistence, the only thing that comes to our mind is living in peace and harmony among all of us human beings, because somewhere along our journey, we've forgotten that we are not the only species on this planet. So true Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam has always meant living in absolute peace and absolute harmony with every single entity on this planet. So not just among us human beings, which we are also not doing a very good job of, but also among all life, that is the forests and wildlife. And not just that, we also have to live in coexistence with the water we drink, the air we breathe, the land we walk on, basically the elements of nature. And true coexistence or true Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is key to our survival as the human species. Now, with all the problems that we face on our planet, whether environmental problems or social problems, and all of them are interrelated, especially the climate crisis that we are in right now, I believe that the biggest threat to us as a human species is the constant thought that we have that somebody else will make a difference. We're always waiting for other people like governments and intergovernmental bodies and politicians to make a difference, when the truth is that the only way we can actually bring about meaningful change is if we change our own behaviors and we be the change that we want to see in this world, as Mahatma Gandhi said. So I'm going to be playing you a song of mine, a small excerpt of a song of mine called Shine Your Light, which is all about shining our light to everyone around us, leading by example and being the change that we all want to see in this world. So here is Shine Your Light.
Yeah. Whoa, put your lights up. Whoa, put your lights up. Whoa, come on and put your lights up. Whoa, put your lights up. We are all in this together. We are all in this together, and nothing can remind us like a simple act of kindness. Hey, dar tori ki shai
yak chilwaenu dar tori khisha yak chilwaenu
Shows we're not alone, no, not today. Here we go. It's time. Let's do this. It's our time. Let's do this. It's time to shine a light. Come on, we gotta shine a light. Come on. It's time. Let's do this. It's our time. Let's do this. It's time to shine a light. Come on, we gotta shine a light. It is time. Hey, to shine the light. Come on, shine your light.
Yes. Well, that was quite a surprise, Nishad. What a
That was
beautiful message in the
inspiring.
song. Oh, it's great.
I
We're dancing
loved it.
backstage. I see us all
Yes.
smiling and happy. That was beautiful.
Actually, one thing that resonated with me that we have all been learning in school is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And the recent G20 summit in India had the same motto. So, yes, I was really inspired by his words and the song too. It was very fun.
It was great. I love the global element. So special thank you as well to Monica and Alice Burba for all of their support and helping us connect with Rickey and bringing that message to our global community today. Making India proud. That was great, Nishad. I loved
it.
I loved it too. So maybe we should head over from India to visit Australia now. Do you think we should do that?
Let's hop over the ocean.
Let's hop over. All right. Well, I will introduce our next classroom. Now from Australia, students from Cranbourne Secondary College, along with their teacher, Marika, are using STEAM creativity to take action for our planet. So, over to you, Australia.
Hi, my name's Goodall. Hi, my name's Chase.
Hi, I'm Rita.
Hi, my name's Simone. We are Year 7s from Cranbourne Secondary College, Australia. If you want to keep this country nice and clean for forever, you need to take action now! This is an automated compost machine that we put our food scraps into that turns into compost to use in our gardens.
Fight food waste. Everybody counts.
Hi, I'm Chara. Hi, I'm Eleanor. And we are Year 7s from Cranbourne Secondary College, Australia. Fight food waste. Every bite counts. Reduce food waste to nourish the world. And I have made a stale plum tart so you don't have to waste those end pieces of bread or the bread that has gone stale. Mix stale bread and cream, milk and sugar to make a dough. And you put that dough in a plum tart mold with cream and plums to make a nice dessert. You put the dessert in the oven and bake with the toppings that you like, and you'll have a nice plum tart for you to enjoy. We'd like to thank our school in giving us the opportunity to participate in Climate Action Day. Yay! In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
That's amazing. Australia.
Yeah, really nice. They did a fantastic job. We've had a lot more participation from Australia this year. So I know that they are impacted by the climate crisis. So they are bringing wonderful solutions to our programs and to the world. So thanks to have them represented.
Amazing. Our friends at CNN already have been joining us for 3 years now. And so we're really pleased to have them for another year. And so really happy to welcome Jenni Watts for the second time this time. Hi, Jenni.
Hi, it's so nice to be with you both today. Thank you so much for having me on.
Amazing.
Today, in addition to it being Climate Action Day. Today, November 6th, is also CNN International's 5th annual Call to Earth Day. What a great day.
Wow.
Call to Earth Day
awesome.
is a multi-platform initiative, and you'll be able to see it all day on TV, on CNN.com, our social media platforms across CNN International, CNN in Espanol in Spanish, and online on CNN Arabic in Arabic. And this year's theme is Guard Your Green Space. And during Call to Earth Day, we've invited all people of all ages around the world to participate so we can showcase how individuals and organizations are guarding the environment. We have more than 600,000 people registered to participate in the day. We're so excited. I have some slides. I think I want to, I don't know how to make that show, sorry to say. But we'll keep going. I'll just tell you what we have planned a little bit. For 24 hours, we have correspondence live with school children celebrating Call to Earth Day, starting in Asia with Tokyo, Beijing, and Hong Kong, moving to Kenya in Africa, to London in Europe, finally wrapping up the day in Atlanta and Los Angeles, and that's on CNN. On CNN in Espanol, we have lots of coverage around Latin America and Colombia, in Panama, Brazil, Uruguay, Argentina, Costa Rica, and the Middle East is very well represented in Abu Dhabi and Qatar as well. One of the highlights of mine for this year's Call to Earth Day is we were able to sit down with esteemed oceanographer Dr. Sylvia Earle. She is quite amazing. If you don't know Sylvia Earle, her work spans 7 decades. She is an ocean scientist. She spent thousands of hours underwater, but she's also authored more than 250 publications. She's a National Geographic Explorer at Large, a former chief scientist at NOAA, and the founder of Mission Blue, which is a very inspiring nonprofit organization that saves ocean hope spots around the world. Sylvia is such an inspiration to me and to environmentalists all over the world. In the program, she tells us that she considers today's kids lucky to be born in such a time of scientific advancement. There's so much about the planet that we know now that we didn't know 50 years ago. And she says, in 50 years from now, it could be too late to save what we have. So now is the time for kids to get involved. And we have kids all over the world who are getting involved. We have a school group in Tumbes, Peru, that sent us some pictures yesterday, and they were doing just something small like creating art from trash. Sylvia says it's so important to inspire kids and adults to care for the earth. And even something small like raising awareness is a good start, because knowing leads to caring, and caring leads to action. And that's what Guard Your Green Space is all about this year and every year with Call to Earth Day, with Climate Action Day. I know COP is going on right now, but it's not just about what we are doing with CNN, what Sylvia is doing with Hope Spots, what Take Action Global is doing with Climate Action Day. It's about what all of us are doing together to protect this shared planet. And we know that Earth faces a lot of challenges. This work can be daunting, but there is hope. And that's inspiring to me. There are those who are not letting those challenges go unchecked. And we hope the hundreds of thousands of people watching Climate Action Day and participating in Call to Earth Day are inspired to take action in whatever small way they can to make a difference, because this is a planet worth protecting. And I want to show you a quick clip of a story of somebody who is making a difference in Uganda. Can you play that video for us?
This is Uganda's Bwindi Impenetrable Forest, one of Africa's most biodiverse ecosystems, home to mountain gorillas once nearly extinct. But thanks to local heroes and communities, their numbers have risen from 300 to nearly 460, a beacon of hope for conservation. Be part of the movement. Find out more at cnn.com/Call to Earth Day and celebrate on November 6th.
Thank you so much for having me on. I am so inspired by all the work, and I'm looking forward to watching everyone present as a part of Climate Action Day. Congratulations. I know how difficult it is to get something like this across the line, because that's what I've been doing for the past 6 months, really. So congratulations to you both, Jennifer and Cohen, and I really wish you good luck with the day. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
Jenny. Oh, we're so grateful. You always say yes. We appreciate you prioritizing teachers and students and this mission, especially on a busy day like today. Our community really values digital citizenship and understands the power of storytelling, and you are living that. So thank you for representing and being with us for Climate Action Day.
And congratulations on your work as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We'll see you next time, Jenny.
All right. Bye.
Okay, Jen. That was the first
Love
30
that.
minutes of Climate
Whoa.
Action Day. It's 6th
Already?
edition.
It's flying by.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Well, always love to hear from Jenny and CNN leading with their great work and commitment to youth. I love what she said. Now is the time for kids to get involved. We definitely are able to echo that with our community here today. So we have some other students we're going to be hearing from in just a minute too.
I think so, yeah. Which country are we going to travel to right now?
Okay, so let's see. We've been so far already in 30 minutes. We've been to Kenya. We've been to Australia. I think we should head a little closer to home for you over to Ukraine. So we have second graders that are here. They have a message from the primary school 45, and they are learning English and learning to protect nature with their teacher, Olina, reminding us that climate action starts early. So greetings to you all in Ukraine.
Hello, we're from Ukraine. School 45. Second form. We study English and learn about climate. We recycle paper. Hello. We make feathers for birds.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Goodbye.
That one wins an award for cuteness, I have to say.
They are pretty outstanding. Yes, really love seeing them. Thanks to our friends in Ukraine at their school, but also across the country for all that you're doing each and every day. We are with you and appreciate you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ukraine. So we had Climate Action Project for the past 6 weeks, and people have been doing amazing things, and they've been on a journey with different steps. They have been learning about climate change. They have been learning about the causes, the effects, but they also have been having virtual interactions. I know that's your favorite part, Jen, but they also have been working on solutions, basically, because we really believe that this needs to be more, climate education needs to be more than just learning about. It's also about coming up with solutions and taking meaningful actions, and not only yelling about it. And so Climate Action Project comes to an end, but it's not the end of our initiatives. Our organization, TAG, has been working on several initiatives and projects. And Jen, maybe you can share something about another initiative we do, maybe something we do with Lego?
Oh, yes. And we're going to be hearing from our friends from the Lego group today. So a lot of you already know that we have a wonderful collaboration with our friends at Lego Build the Change. And we love this because we see as our students are creating solutions, they are so creative, they are innovating, but we also want to incorporate this concept of learning through play. And so what we're able to do with the team at the Lego Group is to create monthly challenges where we bring in sustainability and environmental topics, having our students create nature-first options for our planet while they are building and playing. So they are able to use Lego bricks, they can use arts and crafts materials. Sometimes our students are even creating in digital spaces. So every month we have a new challenge that we put out, and we will be returning next year with our full lineup of challenges. You can check them out. We had a really fun one that was back to school with green schoolyards. We've had some fun celebrity ones with Pharrell Williams in the past and others. So we invite you to keep the learning going after Climate Action Day, after Climate Action Project, and Lego Build the Change is one way. We'd love to see you doing that.
Amazing. Great thing about this initiative is that you can do one thing a month, and it only takes you like 1 hour, a few hours, and there's always a very special challenge you will be getting. It can be about the ocean, about the air, about climate, and we have been seeing a lot of amazing solutions which have been shared at the community. And the great thing is that the community is open to everyone now. So just go to the website, Build a Change, and then we can see you there as well. Yeah. But there's more, Jen. We also have other. Yeah.
Let's hear it.
We also have been working on coding for climate for 2 years now, and that one is going to be announced or released in March and April. As you can see, March 16, we will be going live with that one. And this one is about using technology, not only coding, to solve a global issue, which could be deforestation, it could be anything, basically, pollution, but it can also be climate. And many people are really interested in EdTech in this community, education for technology for education, and they always love doing this. And this year we're going to do it with a new partner as well. And so this one is between 4 to 8 weeks. So make sure to sign up for that one because it's really fun.
Super fun, yes. You can use technology. We have some unplugged options for you too. We'd love to see you there in March as we race towards Earth Day in April.
Today we are going to have Nicole Stott. It's our friend, it's an astronaut. We are always like flabbergasted when it comes to like space and NASA and those kind of things. But we did something extraordinary with her and with an organization this year, right, Jen?
Yes. Okay. So Nicole Stott, astronaut, has been to space. She also knows the power of art and creativity to bring innovation to big challenges that we have, complex problems in our world like climate change. And so she has been encouraging students to create art and have that all of those creations come together. They were actually just featured in London last month for International Space Week, out in Piccadilly Circus, all across the sky. And so we have been inviting our students to create art and send postcards to space. So we have had about 2,000 submissions from young people who have ideas about how we can learn here on Earth as we sit and orbit and move around in space, and we all can come together on these. So these postcards are going to be heading off on Blue Origin in an upcoming mission. So we're really, really excited about this one. So thanks to everyone who submitted, and you'll be hearing from our friend Nicole in just a little bit.
And we're going to do it in the future, in the near future as well. So when there's a new opportunity for you to send your own postcard. It can be like a message, it can be like a drawing, whatever you prefer, and it actually goes to space. And this is how it works. You will get an email from us, basically. But this is basically how it works.
Ooh, look at this. Yep, and there they go.
And the great thing is that they come back to Earth.
Yeah,
with a
they
special
come back,
stamp.
stamp. Yep, that's right. So they'll come back to Earth, have a stamp, and be returned to our club. Look at that. That's pretty great. Yeah,
Awesome.
we do get a little flabbergasted. That's a good word. I remember our first call with our friends Rick Davis and his team at NASA. I don't know if you or I slept the night before. We were so excited. That's a good one.
Great. Amazing. We have a friend in Mongolia as well, and just being to share a message, Jen.
Yeah, so I'm really pleased to introduce our next speaker, Anu, and she is a Mongolian biologist and storyteller whose research connects science and community. So bringing in another scientist. She is living today in Hungary, showing how local action and global understanding go hand in hand. So welcome to you, Anu. Thanks for being with us today.
Hi everyone, my name is Anu. I'm a biologist from Mongolia. And in Mongolia, our traditions are deeply tied to the land. Herding animals across vast grasslands has always been a way of life for centuries. One of the biggest challenges we face right now is something called zot. It's a natural disaster that happens when a summer drought is followed by a harsh winter. When that happens, the grass doesn't grow enough during the summer. And then in the winter, thick snow and ice trap what's left of it, so livestock cannot reach it. In the 2009 zot, more than 8.5 million animals died. That was about 20% of all livestock in the country. Over 800,000 people were affected, and many herding families had no choice but to move to cities in search of work. Sadly, these extreme winters are becoming more common. Last year, it affected about 90% of Mongolia's territory, and more than 13 million animals were at risk. As teachers and students, you can make a real difference just by learning and talking about these issues, whether it's conserving water and energy, reducing waste, supporting local food producers, or planting trees. Small, practical actions matter. So I'd like to encourage you to stay curious and ask questions about how your own environment is changing. Talk about it with friends, family, and classmates. You never know who you might inspire. Every small action, every conversation helps build awareness and resilience in your community.
That was amazing.
That was really special. Thanks to Anu for being with us today and letting us know about the work that she is doing.
It's always nice to hear people sharing their vision on solutions, not just like the problem and stressing the global threat, but also coming up with potential solutions of what you can do, not like scientists, but youth and teachers. So that's really special to me. Yeah. What's next, Jen?
All right, we're just cruising right along. We're not wasting
We are,
any
right?
time. Yeah, today is all about action. I love it. Well, we have our Nishad who sent us a message a few months ago, and he was like, I do not know if this might be possible, but I think it's worth a try. I think there's a wonderful leader in climate action, and we should give it a shot. So Nishad, that was the beginning of our story. You want to tell the next section?
One day, I think so, I was done studying math and I started researching, and I said that Climate Action Day is coming nearer and I should message Jen. I should email her. I should email her a very formal way that I have one activist who worked for a lot of time in India for our environment. And she was in a summit where I met her. I did not meet her face to face, but she awarded me for getting the first prize in a competition there. So I said that, Jennifer, let's do it. And she said, go ahead, you represent TAG. And I'm like, all right, I'll email her, and I CC'd you both. And she said yes in the end. And she's like, I won't make it, but I'll send you a video. And that video is here. So should I introduce her?
Yeah, I think, and just letting people know too that you and I were like, this is a long shot. We'll say that a lot of times. We're like, this probably won't happen, but maybe it will. And here we go. Please.
It just says that you must do everything in your power to get what you want. So in that way, I'm back to announce another wonderful inspiration. Sunita Narain is one of India's most powerful environmental voices, fighting for climate justice and climate action. She is here to show us how the youth can work together. I'm incredibly honored to introduce and welcome my role model, Sunita Narain.
Take Action Global is so critical. So thank you so much for coming together today on Action Day for Climate Change. You are so important in this movement, which is today a crying call for action. We know that climate change is an existential threat. We know it is impacting large numbers of people across the world, rich or poor. It is taking away life, it is taking away property, it is taking away livelihoods. It is making the poor poorer. But we also know that this threat is an opportunity for us to rework what we can do and how we can rebuild our relationship with Mother Earth. I very strongly believe, and I know that you will agree with me, that if, as we know, climate change is a human-made problem, it is we humans who will also work to find the solutions, to have the courage, to have the imagination to fix it. And this is where you, your community of students, of teachers, can inspire the change that we need to see in our world. In CSE, at the Center for Science and Environment, where I work in Delhi, we are working with a very large community of such change makers, of teachers and students who are practicing the change in their schools, who are walking the talk. And my message to all of you is that this is what we need to do. We need to make sure that each school, each college, the campus becomes a model for what we can do to walk lightly on Earth, to have the least damage to our planet. What we can do to conserve water by doing rainwater harvesting, what we can do to treat our wastewater, what we can do to make sure that we do not use plastic in our campuses, and we recycle and reuse all the wet waste that we produce. What we can do to make sure that we use the lowest emitting forms of transport to come to school, wherever possible, that we cycle, we walk, we take a bus, we become the change we want to see in the world. And this ultimately is what the world needs. My message to all of you is, let's be that change we want to see. We can do so, and if we practice the change, we will see the difference in the world that we inhabit. Thank you, and best of luck.
Thank you so much, Sunita, for sharing this message. Really like the word you stressed, which is change. And I believe we can build that change, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to have some messages all around that coming up very shortly. I also
You
love
think
that
so?
she talked about courage, imagination. Yes, inspire the change. I think we can talk about building that change too.
Our next speaker is going to be our friend. That's how he's called, friend.
Yeah.
David Pallash. Jen,
Wow.
what do
Yes.
you think? Is this going to be trouble for us?
You know, it always is. I'll give a little bit of a formal introduction to our friend David, but then it'll all go in a different direction, I'm sure, quite quickly with lots of fun. All right. So David is part of the Lego Build the Change team and also our family at Take Action Global. We love working with David and his team, helping kids to use creativity to protect the planet. All right. So he's all about building solutions brick by brick. Our friend David, welcome back to Climate Action Day. Woohoo!
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going?
It's
You
good.
bringing fun for us today? It's always
I hope
surprises
so.
with you. All
A
right.
little bit. Serious fun, right? Serious play. I think that's the name of the game. How are you both? Is it going well today?
It's zooming by.
I think so, yeah.
Zooming by. I loved the talk we just had from Sunita and the young
That's
chap.
nice.
That was awesome. Awesome. Inspiring word. Yeah. Should we get moving on build the change
Let's
and
do it.
be
Let's
after
do it.
that? Awesome. So I'm going to present some slides, everyone. Before I do that, thank you for the lovely introduction. I love how efficient you are, Corinne. Thanks for the introduction, guys. I just want to say a massive thanks to these two people that you can see on the screen and everyone else behind Take Action Global and all the educators around the world that have helped us do this crazy stuff with Build the Change over the last few years. Big hats off to you, and the messages, the voices you're representing in this huge agenda is so important. So thanks, guys. Just wanted to call that out. But I will start presenting. So I'm going to present from here, right, Corinne? I'll just press. Oh, you got it there. That's cool. There we go.
Got it there, yeah?
it.
But I will leave you, okay?
Okay, buddy. I'll see you in a minute. So Build the Change, everyone. If you haven't heard about it, it's been going on in the Lego group and beyond for a long time now. But in its current incarnation, it's been going for about 5 or 6 years. And it's always been about engaging young people on matters that matter to them. Of course, one of those big matters is climate, environment, planet, and all of those wonderful things. Now, Build the Change is all about play as well. And I don't think many of us, and I myself included, well, I've always worked with young kids, so I've always been playful, and I of course know the value of play, but a lot of us forget the value of play. Now, Build the Change is all about connecting play with these big, kind of sometimes scary topics and making it full of hope, fun, and really engaging and connecting, hopefully, more young people to these topics in the future. So moving through this, let me give you a few details on Build the Change. So these are the objectives. Now, I don't want to make this all dry and kind of boring as a slideshow, but it's really important that we align on these three things. It's all about developing children's agency. Agency is so key in shaping, of course, the futures we want to see, but it's also important to know what decisions you can make and to know you have that power. And that's hopefully what we're getting across in our materials and our partnerships with people like TAG. It's about, as I said, connecting people to real world topics, not just planet topics, people topics too. So societal topics, how can we make cities more playful? How can we make schools more relevant for the future? All of that kind of stuff. And then the last one, of course, is because we're playing, we're learning through play, and we have these skills that we develop, not just agency, but problem solving skills, critical thinking, all of those things. Good. Now, I just want to show a few kind of numbers, and I don't like spending too much time on numbers, but I am very proud of what us and our partnerships and our partners have managed to do. These are some of the results from some of our studies. So you can see there, it really is impacting agency in children, the Build the Change content, and it's also fostering that connection with real world topics. So we're very excited about this, but we have loads more work to do. So we are not resting on our laurels at all. We have a long way to go. Now, what is Build the Change in terms of format? Now, just to run you through this, Build the Change is all about immersing children in a topic, giving them the space to create, and then importantly, giving them an opportunity to share their idea. Now, we all have ideas. We don't always get to share them, but when we do, that's when magic happens. And we hope that just even if you're in a classroom or at home or on a stage at the United Nations, you get an opportunity to share. We won't always be there, Tag and Lego Group, we won't always be there with you, but we hope that the content can equip more and more educators around the world to lead those conversations and give those opportunities. So we're going to remember this flow because we're going to look at it a bit later as well. Now, just to highlight the types of content that we have a lot of content on the Tag platform, more on that in a minute, and you heard a bit about that earlier from Koen and Jen. We have 3 buckets of themes that we focus on. First one is environment, and well, environment specific. Environment kind of touches on everything here, of course, but it's our living planet, it's biodiversity, it's climate change, it's rewilding, it's protecting migrating birds. We've got tons of content there to look through. We also have a bucket of content called Tech of the Future, and our biggest kind of content pack there is around circular economy, which we made with Ellen MacArthur Foundation a few years back. Wonderful content. We also have a few other bits that we're working on behind the scenes for future releases. The last bucket is society-led. Now, I'm preaching to the choir here. You all know that environment and society go hand in hand, but sometimes we need to give a little space for the societal stuff specifically. So this is all about making sure that we design with empathy, we design for different people's needs, etc. So do check that out. Of course, designing with empathy can extend to non-humans too, and I encourage that wholeheartedly. All right, moving on. We haven't got much time. So how can I get involved? I think, of course, the team have already talked about this, but get in touch. Join the Tag community of Build the Change educators. There are different things happening. Get in touch. Also, sign up for the 4-week introductory course that Jen runs with the team. It's awesome. And sometimes we pop up and say hi, and you get tours of, the Lego campus in Denmark and crazy things like that. Anyway, the other things, please do jump on to lego.com/buildthechange. It is a site with content. You can look at more expanded packs there. And then lastly, do share your ideas. We really want to see the ideas, and we want to showcase and amplify them. We're a big brand. We recognize that we have a lot of things that we're working on as well environmentally, and there's a team working big time on that, very committed. But we really want you guys to share your ideas, to inspire us, to inspire adults, and remind adults that play matters and that creativity can unlock, no matter how crazy, can unlock real solutions. All right, let's give it a go. I'm going to show you a video now, and then I want you to watch it carefully. And if you have kids near you, if your kid's watching, make some notes. And I would love for you tomorrow or something to send us a drawing or an idea or a model, whatever you want, on how you can help bats fight climate change. If we can watch the video now, that'd be great.
This is a bat. They're the only mammals that can fly. Most of the 1,400 bat species worldwide are nocturnal. They only come out at night, and many find their way in the dark using sound. They make homes inside caves, hollow trees, and other sheltered places. There are bats which eat fruit, insects, other animals, and even blood. Some eat nectar and are important pollinators, spreading pollen between flowers so they can make fruit, seeds, and more plants. And seeds dropped by messy fruit-eating bats help spread plants far and wide. Climate change is threatening bats everywhere. Changing seasons means food like fruits, flowers, and insects may not be around at the times of year when bats need them most, like when mother bats are pregnant. Global warming can dry out pools where bats drink and hunt for food. Extreme weather and wildfires can damage forest habitats and hollow trees where bats live. Luckily, people are working on creative ways to protect bats. Bat-friendly gardens with plants, insects, and water can help keep bats fed and healthy. Protecting places where bats roost and creating sheltered bat boxes can help replace habitat lost to extreme weather and fires. Reducing the greenhouse gas emissions which cause global warming could help slow changing seasons, giving bats more time to adjust to the changes. But to protect bats from the impacts of climate change, we'll need more creative ideas, ideas like yours. Together, we can build the change.
There we go. Hope you enjoyed that. That's just an example of some of the content we have online. Do check it out. And a big shout out to Bat Conservation International and our friends there. They are awesome. Thanks for helping us create this. Now, you heard the video, you heard the messages there, the challenges that bats are facing. Now, a Build the Change challenge awaits. We would like you to share, if you can, some solutions. You could either, if you have one now, put it in the chat, but do think about it. You can have overnight. We're no pressure. You can draw something, you can build something, as I said, but do share it with us. And to share with us, you can do it here. It has to be an adult. I just want to point that out. Adults have to sign in to lego.com. There's an easy mechanism to do that. Or if that's a challenge for you, you can, of course, send it to Jen and Koen and the tag team, and they will make sure that we see it. But do share. We love, as I said, we love seeing the ideas. And our job in my team and the broader social responsibility is to remind people that children rock. Children's ideas are amazing, and they need to be at the table when these decisions are made that affect their future. And that is a good point to welcome back our tag team and say a big thanks again to them for letting us speak today. Hey guys.
That was amazing. Thank you.
Good. So good, David. You know, we're really serious about this work. So we are very much committed to having our students' ideas showcased. And thank you for continuing to be a microphone, amplifying those student ideas, all the actions that they are taking. It is really fantastic.
We have to. We have an amazing platform to use, and a very, hopefully you can tell everyone watching how passionate I am. I'm a naturalist and conservationist outside of work, so hopefully that comes through. I'm in it with you guys. My heart and soul, and everyone else on the team. So we love what we do with you guys. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It's really great.
We love it too.
All right. And much more coming up. I know even starting next month in December, we have some fun things coming up. And then 2026 is going to be a fantastic year. So,
big one.
All right.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, bats. We are all about bats today. Get those ideas coming. We'll get them over to you, David. All right. Thanks to you. Thanks to Anders, everybody on your team.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for everything. Good luck with the rest of the day.
All right. We'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, David.
Bye, folks.
Bye.
We love David so much.
We do. Time to bring back our friend.
Hi, Nishad. How's it going?
I love coming back here all the time. It's making me more accustomed to the setup.
Yes.
So yes.
Yeah. It happens fast, right? Like once you get into the flow, you're fantastic, Nishad. So Nishad, we have some more schools, and before we leave India, I think we should visit some students there. What do you think?
I always love representing India, and that's my job in TAG also. So always presenting India, and this Indian school is inspiring me a lot, and I hope it inspires you all.
All right.
Namaste, everyone. We are truly delighted to join the global celebration of Climate Action Day.
We strongly believe in the inspiring words of Dr. Jane Goodall, who said, "Only if we understand can we care. Only if we care will we help. Only if we help, we shall be saved.
Every year, our school participates in tree plantation drives near our campus in underprivileged schools and nearby communities, spreading awareness about the Sustainable Development Goals.
We recycle used plastic bottles and old vehicle tires and transform them into beautiful planters. Now our school campus, corridors and classrooms are decorated with these beautiful eco-friendly planters.
We also have a green zone where we grow plants using stem cuttings, seeds, and saplings, learning that gardening can be done easily at minimal cost. Our terrace garden is another special space where we grow seasonal vegetables and feel way more connected to nature.
We also save wastewater that comes out after filtration from the water coolers for planting and cleaning purposes. In our morning assemblies, we discuss the impact of climate change, talk about social issues, and create awareness about SDGs.
As a proud Lego Build the Change Showcase school, we also use Lego bricks to design creative, eco-friendly projects that raise awareness about creativity and sustainability. In friendship and in solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
How great was that?
I loved it. It reminds me of my school and how we were the ones making these stuff in SDG Club. So these were the students of Seth Anandram Jaipuriya School. I think so. It was in Punjab, and the students were along with their teachers Rama. So big thank you for them to send their video and inspiring everyone here at Climate Action Day 2025.
Yes, that's right. And they mentioned about the work they're already doing as a full school with Lego Build the Change. So, yep, they are really rocking it. Okay, not too far. We'll hop over to Pakistan. And Nisha, do you want to introduce our next school from Pakistan?
Indeed, from Pakistan, these young learners with their teacher Nida are spreading hope through climate awareness, sharing with us that they are working to make Earth smile. So that's so wonderful. Let's hear about the projects they've been leading in their classrooms.
Hi everyone, I am Nida from Pakistan, the facilitator of Climate Action Project. Today I will share my journey of Climate Action Project with all the evidences. Like the first step I have taken was awareness campaign to conduct different seminars, workshops, meetings, painting on the wall of institution, and to make community of earth-friendly teachers. The next step was to introduce the idea of plant trophies instead of plastic trophies in plastic cups. The idea of climate corners at different institutions level. These are the evidences of all the climate action corners at different places of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan, and transformation of educators, institutions, religious places to bring out changes for the smile of Earth, to involve multiple intelligences for the purpose of developing interests like painting exhibitions, demonstrations, presentations, kinesthetic intelligence, musical intelligence, and naturalistic intelligence. Another step was promoting cloth bags, lunch boxes, and bottle covers idea instead of the plastic use. And for the purpose of public awareness, which is very much important, we had published different content, different books, different columns and blogs in the blogging area for the purpose of public awareness to involve religious places, which is very much important here in Pakistan. These all evidences has been submitted to the Climate Action Project profile. Thank you everyone for listening me.
That's amazing.
Great. All right.
So maybe,
thank you to
Jen?
Yes,
Yeah.
Koen.
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks to our friends in Pakistan and all of the classrooms there doing great work. But yeah, we have some special friends coming up next.
We are nearing the end of our first segment today, and we had great speakers already. But what are we going to do next? We will listen to two great speakers, the Princess and Jojo Mehta. But after that, we will go to Macklemore. Are really excited about that one. And after that, we're going to have a first pause with a dance off. And so you can already prepare for that one because it's your time to dance in your classroom, at home, wherever you are. Feel free to take pictures or videos and send it over to us. And it's going to be a great moment, I think. So stay tuned. But now we are going to other speakers, right, Jen?
Yeah, let's do it. So all of these speakers are taking time, and they are celebrating the work of students. They are celebrating climate action education. They're with us today. We have some people who are with us, like Jenni Watts, who was just with us from CNN, who are with us year after year. And we have some people who have been with us from the very start. And one of those is our next speaker. And we have 6 years, and we have just had the pleasure, I know, Koen, you being in Belgium, you get to be with this person quite often, but I just got to meet her at a special dinner that we had with our awesome team in London back in March. So I'm privileged to announce our next 2 speakers. We are joined by inspiring change makers, our dear friend, Princess Esmeralda of Belgium, and Jojo Mehta, co-founder of Stop Ecocide. Together, they are championing the rights of nature and justice for our planet. Please welcome our friend, Princess Esmeralda and Jojo Mehta.
Hello everybody, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Esmeralda of Belgium, and I'm here today with Jojo Mehta, co-founder and CEO of Stop Ecocide.
Hi,
Hello,
great
Jojo.
to be here.
I think if you could explain to our big audience what is exactly ecocide.
Ecocide refers to the most severe harms to nature, damage that is both serious and widespread and long-term. And our organization works around the world to help this become a crime, to criminalize mass harm to nature.
What would be the implication of that?
Well, there's much environmental law in place around the world, but it's mostly in the regulatory area. And there are always, big players that can afford to do so who don't pay attention to that and simply pay a fine if they have to, but continue to make their profits. But when we bring in a criminal law, that creates personal responsibility, and it's a very different level of deterrence. If you know that your decision, if it leads to that kind of severe harm, could actually threaten you with court, with jail, with personal responsibility. It's a very different ballgame.
Well, I have to say that I know you for quite a while, and I have been collaborating with your organization, but this year has been amazing in terms of progress.
It has indeed. In fact, the last 12 months have been extraordinary. At this time last year, there was actually a proposal put forward at the International Criminal Court by Pacific Island states, Vanuatu, Fiji, and Samoa, to add ecocide to the list of international crimes, to put it alongside genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity. And that has now been supported by the Democratic Republic of Congo, leading country in Africa. So, this is a really major international development and has been supported also by regional progress in Europe, in Africa, and conversations growing in Latin America too.
You just mentioned the small islands of the Pacific. Of course, for them it's survival because of the rising sea levels. But what about the indigenous communities? I work a lot with them. What would that bring and solve some of the problem?
I think it's going to be very important for those communities and for their territories, because at the moment, often these indigenous environmental defenders, who are they're key protectors of their territories and of the integrity of those ecosystems, are often being framed as criminals themselves, as interrupting legitimate business activity. But when we bring a crime of ecocide into play, firstly, we are naming that harm. Secondly, we are actually putting a question mark over the legitimacy of that business activity. And that reframes those defenders as moral upholders of the law. And that's very powerful. So it's both a narrative and a legal tool. And of course, the indigenous understand profoundly that when we damage Mother Earth, there are serious consequences. So reflecting that in law feels like a very intuitive step.
Yeah, absolutely. And they know that usually when they are damaged to the earth, they are damaged to them, to the village, to the children, to the women. So yes, that's very strong. Then today is an important day. We have a big audience of young people, pupils, also the teachers. What can we tell them that they can do?
The most important thing with this is raising awareness. So now that you've heard about ecocide law, talking about that in your communities and demanding it from your governments and policymakers and saying, you know, this is a concrete solution, a legal concrete solution that can be put forward in response to the environmental and climate crisis. So talk about ecocide law, demand it. It's something that we all need to put in place.
That's always amazing to see the princess. And I really loved the moment having with Esmeralda, with the princess and her team in London as well. Yeah, agree.
Really nice. Yeah, I love that.
So Jen, before taking our dancing shoes.
Okay, dookie. Should we hear some students?
Yes.
I'm ready to be inspired. Okay. We have been traveling across our earth, visiting with students, and next we are going to go to Turkey. I know they have been waiting and are very eager for their message to be shared. So our climate action educator and mentor Ayşe is here with her students, and they are leading by example with their innovative local climate action projects and their powerful community spirit. Let's go to them.
Hello, my name is Ahmet. We are the students from Yeni Mahalle Campus College, Ankara, Turkey. We have been running climate action for 5 years.
So the climate change is real and we have to do something today until it gets so late and there's nothing to do and our efforts become unnecessary. So we should do something right now and we should do something effective.
We can stop pollution. Let's work together. Save the trees and the seas. They are the lungs of the earth and the sources of oxygen.
Don't throw trash on the ground. Throw it in the bin. You will love the nature and protect it.
We can make difference. Let's protect the nature. Don't forget, everything is possible.
Yes. How about that?
That's
that was
amazing.
great. That was
Cool.
amazing. All right. So we're going to head over next to our friends in Poland, and this group of secondary students from private secondary school Polish Nowy Stał N2 in Krakow is showing how everyday choices and creative thinking, we love that, can shape a sustainable future.
Hello everyone, test! I'm Hania, we are from Krakow, Poland. It's cold outside, so we are recording in our school. I'm Mehta, our school name is Vojtech Vosecky, and this year we are taking part in the Climate Action School project. Hi, I'm Rama. We are discussing what we could do for our planet today, and we are looking for good solutions. I am Vojtech, and we are doing Nature Speaks activities this week. It makes us think a lot about animals and plants. I'm Tosia, and we also did a cook at home activity. We want to show that homemade food is good for our health and nature. I'm Nicole. We started our pledge of the planet, and you can see it on our Facebook page. Our school is new and big, with a playground and water trucks for water. There are rubbish bins around of school, and we segregate rubbish. There are many green zones at school and a big library. We don't add books to our library, so we don't waste paper. We are happy to take part in the project. Thank you for this chance. In friendship and solidarity, we now pass the message of us to you, our global friends. Bye!
All right.
They did a great job.
It's amazing.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Poland.
So we have a speaker now, and it's a musician, and he's called Ben for the friends. He's called Macklemore, Jen, and this took us quite some time to secure him. I love his
Right.
music.
That's right. So every year, Kun will send a message to our team, to our community. Who would you love to have? And I know we all on our side at Take Action Global always dream of having Macklemore with us. You know him as a Grammy-winning artist, but today he is here as a voice for youth action and social change. Kun?
Yeah, and right after his message, we're going to listen to Macklemore now. But after that, we're going to have like a pause. It's going to be amazing. We are going to listen to 3 of his songs, and you will be seeing people dancing. People will be dancing from more than 30 countries across the world. Schools who have been joining the global dance off for climate. And it's not the end of it. Feel free to dance as well. Just join them. And if you would like to, you can take pictures or videos of it, and feel free to drop those either in our WhatsApp or in our Climate Action Project platform. It will be amazing. Ready?
Yes. Make some noise for Macklemore.
What's up, y'all? It's Macklemore, and I would like to welcome you all to Climate Action Day. Thank you for being here, and thank you for everything that you are doing for our planet. I would like to talk to you about sustainability and climate change today. Climate change is one of the most urgent issues of our lifetime. I have 3 young kids, and every day I think about the world we are going to be leaving them. Simply put, our governments need to make climate change a real priority before it is too late. We are all connected, we are all in this together, and we all have a role to play. That's why I'm so inspired by the work of the Climate Action Project and its goal of reaching 1 billion students to engage on climate issues by 2030. I am told the Climate Action Project currently has millions of participants across more than 180 countries, including many of you, people from Australia to Zimbabwe, from Ukraine to Kenya to Palestine. The work that you are doing in classrooms around the globe is such an important step in making an impact on the climate crisis. Shout out to all of your teachers for taking on this project with everything else that they have going on. And congrats to all of you for learning and coming up with solutions that work in your communities. Your generation can be the one to reverse course and give our planet a more hopeful future. Your generation can take action and save lives. And action can look like many things. Contact your reps, make a change at home or your school, start a dance challenge, or create a campaign. That's what the Climate Action Project is doing, one classroom at a time. Thank you to all of the teachers, all you students, and all of the attendees today, and to everyone involved in this effort. Be creative, be bold, and take action. Much love.
All right. That was Southern. Welcome
How about
back.
that? Dreams do come true with Macklemore.
They do. Amazing.
Thanks for the dance party, Kun.
Makes me
Beautiful.
really happy to see all of those students dancing. The last group was from Romania. They made that dance and the song and the lyrics all by themselves.
Wow.
And I'm sorry that we had to take off the audio, but it was amazing. Thank you so much.
It was really
and
good.
feel free to keep submitting those dances and those pictures with videos and whatever you prefer to submit. If you would like to submit it, we have a website for doing that. And this is the website. It allows you to drop some feedback. It allows you to submit your video and to submit your pictures. And yeah, we would love to see those. Thank you. So after this pause, we are back for the second part of this event, Climate Action Day, with beautiful speakers, great speakers, from comedians to youth activists to people from organizations which make a lot of impact and so on, Jen.
That's right. We always get to this moment and I'm slowed down because it goes so fast and then we have to wait a whole year. So I'm present, I'm in the moment. I can't wait for our segment number 2 with some awesome speakers and some great schools.
Awesome. Okay, so what to expect for now, this second part, we will be having several speakers. Unfortunately, Kate was not able to join us due to an emergency. So that is a bit of tough luck for both of us. But we are going to listen to students sharing what they've been doing as part of the project. We have people attending from the Climate Action Project and abroad, basically. We would like to ask everyone to be kind and respectful in the chat. We love seeing flags, but too many flags can be a problem for me, Jen. But we are excited for you joining us, and feel free to drop your country from where you are joining us.
That's right. All right. I'm also noticing that we had an outfit change, it looks like. Segment 2 brings on some new clothing, I see, Kun. That makes me wonder what's up for segment 3.
Ooh, you will be
never know. I'll be disappointed. It's pretty special. That's pretty great. So as you know, in segment 1, we were joined by our first youth co-host, Nishad, and he's sticking around. He'll be back in just a little bit, but we have another dear friend of TAG joining us, and she has been with us working so hard behind the scenes, helping our speakers prepare, helping us get organized. Kun and I need lots of help, and she's been so amazing. So Kun, should we bring on our next youth co-host, and I can give you a little bit of information about her work? Fantastic. All right. So you all may already know her for her incredible daily Instagram lives on our TAG page, bringing messages to us each day on climate action with, you know her definitely for hope and joy and community. I'm happy to welcome Whitney Burton, our community specialist at TAG. Hi, Whitney.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here and introduce our next school. They're from Spain. They are the International SEK Albaron School, and students are making climate action part of daily life, from planting trees to inspiring others to do the same. Let's meet our friends in SEK Albaron School along with their teacher, Jose Felix Salmoron.
Hola a todos, saludos desde Almería, España. Somos estudiantes del Colegio Internacional SEK Alborán y estamos muy agradecidos de poder participar en el proyecto Acción Climática.
Somos de primero de bachillerato A y queremos contaros lo que hemos hecho para concienciar sobre el cambio climático.
En nuestra escuela creamos vídeos informativos sobre el cambio climático. Hablamos sobre cómo afecta a nuestra ciudad, Almería, y sus consecuencias globalmente. Aprendimos que todos los lugares estaban conectados. Lo que hacíamos aquí también influía al clima globalmente. Con nuestros vídeos queremos informar y concienciar
a más personas para que sigan cuidando el planeta. Animamos a todos los estudiantes y profesores del mundo a plantar un árbol. Cada árbol ayuda a limpiar el aire, proteger la biodiversidad y luchar contra el cambio climático.
Agradecemos a nuestros profesores y a nuestra escuela por apoyarnos en este proyecto tan importante.
En amistad y solidaridad os pasamos este vídeo de acción.
Amazing. I love Spain.
Love it. That was great. Thank you to them for representing all of their great work here today with us at Climate Action Day.
So, Jen,
Yes.
what is our next surprise?
Okay, so we have another speaker, and I think Whitney is going to be introducing us to our next speaker. Also, just to give everyone a little bit of information on the incredible work that Whitney is doing. So it's almost like we can play our Where in the World is Whitney Burton, and we'll hear where she's at today, but she is an environmental science major at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. I know she's not there today, so she'll tell us where she is. And when she was in high school, she started working with us at TAG. She led sustainability initiatives at her school, including our friend David would have loved this, a rewilding project, bird safe glass installation, and a community sustainability newsletter. Whitney, you've been busy. Tell us where you're at today, what you're up to, and about our next speaker.
I am now based in Paris, learning French for a little bit. And I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker, Vojtech Vosecky, who is also in Europe and is one of Europe's leading voices on the circular economy, helping cities and companies rethink waste and sustainability. He is here to show us how to build a future that never runs out of resources. So welcome, Vojtech.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you today to a group of people who are shaping our future for the better, the teachers and students. And frankly, you're needed more than ever because our future is at stake. Climate change is not some kind of a distant reality. It's already happening. We're talking about how bad it will be, not if it will happen. We can still fix it, but only if we get it right. Climate change is not just about energy and solving everything with renewables. What we need equally is a world without waste, a world without pollution, where resources flow in endless loops without losing quality. We humans call it the circular economy, but nature has been doing this for billions of years. We have all the tools, all the knowledge, all the insights that we'd ever need. What we don't have is enough people like you. So for students, this means asking, how can I make this field, whatever you're studying, engineering, architecture, fashion, or art, how can I make my field more sustainable and more circular? Because every profession has a role to play. And for teachers, this means showing students that sustainability isn't a subject, it's a mindset, it's a philosophy that can shape every decision from here on. It's already happening from cities, nations, even continents, giant corporates to startups. We're turning waste to value. We're designing a better and a more healthy and a livable future for all. So my last tip to you all is do what you do best, but do it for climate, your careers, your lives. Because one day you will realize that work doesn't feel like work. It feels like a mission. And that's how we build the future. One idea, one action, one person at a time. Thank you.
Okay, that was awesome.
Fantastic.
And
Loved it.
here are we
Great message.
back.
Okay,
Okay.
so yeah, guess who else is back? Matt's back with us, and I'm so excited to introduce him. Dr. Matt Winning is, okay, get ready for this. He is a climate scientist, and he is also a comedian. Yes, both. He uses humor to help people understand big issues and keep the conversation positive. Please welcome us to help us to welcome back Matt to Climate Action Day. Hi, Matt.
Oh, hey everybody, how are you?
We're great.
Is my screen okay? I can see some flickering here. I'm going to change the lighting. 2 seconds.
Okay, sure, take your time. You look great though.
Oh.
So back to the music. Dum, dum,
Beautiful.
dum, 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 dum.
Right, we got some dancing. Did you catch our dance party, Matt?
Oh no, I missed the dance party. What happened?
Oh, well, we had some friends. We had classrooms from around the world. Macklemore.
Everybody was dancing. Oh, wonderful.
11 minutes of straight dancing, all for climate action. So they were gearing up for you.
Sometimes you've got to just get that energy out in whatever way you can.
You got a boogie. Well, thanks for being back with us today. It has been an action-packed year, and we can't wait to catch up with you.
Wonderful. Okay, let me share my slides. So I am a very strange combination, right? I am a scientist and also a comedian, and I do science like by day, and then by night I go around and I talk to people using jokes, which is it's a strange combination for people when I tell them that I'm a scientist and a comedian, a climate scientist and a comedian. For them, it's a bit like finding out that somebody is like an estate agent, but also a really kind person. It's just not a combination that should work. So I try and talk to people using jokes, essentially, because, well, I do science. This is me in the last IPCC report. I've done a lot of work on the Lancet Countdown on health and climate change as well. So, fairly hard technical science around climate change, but also I think it's really important to communicate climate in a way that is accessible to people, and that's in a way that is relevant to their lives, and makes climate, because it's a topic that people want to switch off from very quickly sometimes if you have conversations. So trying to find interesting ways of talking about it is really, really beneficial. So that's what I do. I wrote a book that I believe is still the world's first and only comedy book about climate change. And I do shows, and I do radio and bits of TV and stuff like that. And I've written some stuff like a handbook on communicating climate change. But it's very boring for me to tell you that I do that, so I just thought I'd tell you some jokes first, and then we'll summarize it up at the end. The hottest year ever recorded, I'm sure you're aware, is 2024. That's also my PIN number. I always change my bank PIN to the warmest year on record. I know what you're thinking. Doesn't that make you much more susceptible to fraud, telling everyone that? Yes, but I do remember it every year is the important thing. And my identity has been stolen on 3 separate occasions. But the important thing is that the message is getting out there, so that's good. And obviously we look at trends over time as well. So as well as the climate trend warming, we also have natural fluctuations in climate, such as El Nino years. If you aren't aware, El Nino are a 5-piece Italian a cappella band, a lovely bunch of guys. No, natural weather phenomenon. That's what this was supposed to be. And we're doing lots of stuff. There's good news there on climate. For instance, this is the UK is building the world's largest offshore wind farm. It's incredibly large. Each one of the turbines is roughly the same size as the Eiffel Tower, and each one of the blades on each turbine is the same size as 47 Chewbaccas. And he's obviously a pretty large guy. Although if you do prefer imperial measurement, it's actually 56 Darth Vaders. Little Star Wars joke for you there. Scotland, where I'm from, is generating enough power from wind to power 2 Scotlands, and very much nobody needs 2 Scotlands. Electric vehicles. The good news is that we are seeing a massive uptake in electric vehicles, and the next Transformers film is going to be 2 hours of Optimus Prime recharging himself. So that's going to be considerably better than any of the other Transformers films. And we don't really have electric planes. The technologies aren't really there with that, and probably never will be. So how do we tackle aviation emissions? One way is to increase taxes on frequent flyers. Wealthy people flying around the world. I think that's really important. My solution, if that doesn't work, is that we know some people are afraid of flying, and I think we need to make more people afraid of flying in general. I'm thinking glass floors on airplanes, actual snakes on a plane, babies crying, every second seat's a crying child, that sort of thing. We need to look at our food emissions as well, and on what we can do there. It's quite embarrassing for these guys coming out with the same earrings on today, but I've cut down my meat consumption substantially, and I've also tried to change my dairy emissions as well. One thing is coffee production obviously is impacted by climate change, but obviously what you decide to drink, if you do drink coffee, I know, you guys might be quite young still. You might not have got a coffee addiction the way that I have, but if you do drink, like a lot of countries have like a lot of milk. If you have a lot of milk in your coffee because you're a giant baby and you need a big milky sort of tummy every day because you're a big giant baby, then your emissions are actually about 5 times what they would be if you just have like a short espresso coffee. Basically, the Italians, the French, very much doing it the right way. Short coffee's the way to go. And the messaging around climate change is often also really important. One of the messages that you hear a lot with climate change is we only have one home. We need to save it. This is the very first image of the Earth that was taken, I believe, by Tom Hanks. Yeah, we only have one home. This phrase, we only have one home. We need to look after it. And I don't think that's a very good message, if I'm honest, because a lot of the people causing climate change, the most amount of it, don't really understand the concept of only having one home. They have several homes, and it's not really a message that resonates with them, because we do have, it's a massive inequality problem being caused by the kind of wealthiest in the world, and so that needs to be tackled. And the last thing I'll say here is that this is a picture I took of the youth strikes back in a few years ago, and I think it's such an important thing to have youth out there really striving to push the narrative on this. It's really important, and I have a young son myself now, and I plan to get him marching out on marches, climate marches, as soon as I can, because he's a toddler. He has very naturally sticky hands, because he's always playing with glue and stuff, so he could glue himself to whatever building he wants. And I think it's great, and I've got a lot more sympathy now with protesters, because people maybe get annoyed at climate protesters sitting in the road and refusing to move, or throwing soup at a painting. But like, my son throws soup at most of the things in my house now. He's 4 years old, and he refuses to sit down. He sits down in the road and refuses to move all the time. And now I've just get used to it. It's probably, there's probably a good reason for it. So I think we all need to just chill out a bit. Okay, so some of the reasons why I do comedy to talk about climate change is that there's a lot of science out there showing that people learn better when they're enjoying themselves. That's why fun lectures are much better at making people retain information. It also helps people cope, I think. It's a very difficult subject to talk about, and so if you can do it in a way that's kind of bringing people along and helping them with some of the messaging, then I think that's very important as well. And I see comedy as a way of getting people who wouldn't normally listen to presentations about climate change or read a book about climate change. It's a way of getting them to start, talking about it, start thinking about it, that they otherwise just wouldn't do. So that's why I do that. And then if I had some tips for people on communicating, it's very much about using stories. It's very much about making it about people's lives, talking about people. Example, people care about other people is my main message. So use people. Yeah, don't use general things. Don't try and communicate too abstractly. Just center it around specific people. Tell people's stories and make it as local as you can to your place. Yeah, and then there's extra things that I've benefited from using comedy. So showing that you're more human, that you can be self-deprecating and more approachable, that you're not talking down to people, that you're bringing people along, all of these sorts of things. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And yeah, there's lots of ways to talk about climate change. Don't try and cram in too many facts. Make sure you've got one or two things you want to talk about. Ask people questions. Make sure there's a balance between positive and negative topics. Make sure that you give people a sense of agency, that they can do something, tangible things, and be prepared for a lot of questions because people want to talk about it, which is great. So yeah, thanks very much. That was my presentation.
Thank you so much, Matt. This was unique, I think, just like having a comedian. I liked a lot of jokes, but the baby and Tom Hanks were my favorite.
Tom Hanks, yeah.
It's quite hard doing I know you guys have got such an international audience. So that's the one thing with comedy is that it's often very specific to a place and references. So we need comedians in every country talking about climate change.
Yeah. Matt, we have our schools who have been going through the past 6 weeks looking at causes, effects, solutions, and now they're starting to package up their ideas and the actions that they are taking. So I think you've given them a whole new way to think about messaging and storytelling. So thank you for your advice for them. This is what our students need right now.
And the packaging is just as important as everything else. I think that's often forgotten because otherwise it's not going to reach its destination.
Yeah, and we have big goals, so they're
Best
on
of luck.
a mission. We really appreciate you. Thank you for being with us and for bringing your art and your talent to our community.
No problem at all. It was very nice to be asked, and I'm always happy to join. And good luck to everybody. Keep going.
Thank you so much. Check Matt's book, Hot Mess, and thank you so much, Matt. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Matt. See you next year. That was cool, Kuhn. I loved that.
Yeah, love that.
We all needed some jokes. So we got some dancing in. We got some giggles in. What's next?
We do. I think it's time for school to see some students, right?
I totally agree. Our stars of the day. I wonder where we should head next. Maybe we should ask Whitney to join us and take us on our next adventure. Hi, Whitney. How's it going backstage?
It's going great. I'm so excited to introduce our next school. They're from Sierra Leone. Rickey Kej is a primary school, and their students with their teacher, Mohammed Al-Haji Forna, are planting trees to green their community and fight climate change.
Great. Let's go to Sierra Leone.
We are from Sierra Leone, Educate Primary School, Maroka, from grade 4. Welcome to Educate, where we are taking bold steps to protect our planet. Sierra Leone has experienced drastic change in our weather conditions, suffered flooding, mudslides, high temperature, and inconsistent season.
In the 6-week Climate Action Project, we have learned about the causes, effects, and solutions of climate change in order to protect our environment.
Second year in climate action project, we are fighting climate in our little ways by planting trees. All tree is a promised solution in the future.
Waste management practice, where we clean salt waste into plastics for recycling, decay waste for composting, to cleaning campaign we are organized.
We reuse and replace plastic with cotton bags.
We campaign and educate others with our Mr. Ed. Campaign program where we speak up for the act and inspire others to join us in the fight to reduce climate change.
Actually, climate change is not just a lesson, it is our responsibility, it is our future. Climate change is our key priority. Join us, learn with us, act with us. Together we can protect our lovely planet and build a greener future. Plant trees to make your contribution.
Friendship and solidarity.
In friendship and solidarity.
Now pass this message of action to you.
We now pass this message of action to you,
Our global friends.
our global friends.
That was incredible.
Prolific. I'll be bookmarking that video, looking back at the words that they share. Sierra Leone, a really special place for us. They are working across the country, taking action. We have climate action schools who work every day, all year long, across the country of Sierra Leone. A good friend of ours, Miriam, helping lead those efforts. We have ministers of education, we have mayors working really hard as well. So showing that at a systems level, change is possible. So thank you to our friends there for that special message. And we're gonna go a little closer to where I'm at next, Whitney. I'm here in the United States, and right above us in Canada, we have a full school celebrating today. They have joined together. They're having a massive watch party for Climate Action Day, and they have a message of action for us. So you want to tell us about our friends at Ridley College?
Yes, representing Canada, Ridley College students are proving that leadership, innovation, and teamwork can all start in the classroom. Big shout out to Kaylin Dorland, her students, and the entire school watching now with their school-wide watch party.
Climate Action Project, Ridley College, Canada.
Hello, we are students from Ridley College, Ontario, Canada.
When we make reports on plants, we write about our observations on the plants we grow.
Plants need water, soil, sun, air, space, animals, and fertilizer. Soil needs balance. Composting is the best for growing plants. Plants equals life.
Can you ask meaningful questions?
In our class, we are growing plants.
We get a metal bucket or a plastic cup.
There are more than 15 plants we are planting. We are watering them daily.
We watch them grow.
We use Minecraft to learn about climate action. Did you know that you could do assignments in Minecraft? It's really cool, actually. You can travel through portals and assignments in Minecraft and use data management. We saw people with jobs and we learned about climate change.
As grade 3s, we are responsible for the medicine wheel garden.
We learned how to take care of plants.
There's 4 medicines: sweetgrass, sage, tobacco, cedar.
Medicine wheel garden is important for the First Nation Canadians. We learned how to compost at our school. Composting helps make rich soil which help our plants.
It also helps keep our landfills less full.
Our call to action for you to build your own medicine wheel garden.
In friendship and solidarity, we now
Pass this message of action to you,
our global friends.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Canada. And hi to my special friend, Miss Kaylin Dorland. Thank you so much for sharing those powerful words.
They did great. I know they're celebrating right now. We may even see them in some other schools on Instagram Live with Whitney later today. So make sure you follow us across social media, definitely on Instagram at Take Action EDU.
Amazing. We had so many people participating with the Climate Action Project. Students, teachers, we are at 7.1 million teachers and students across 181 different countries, and the impact has been incredible. Please keep submitting your solutions and your actions at the platform. We are proud to share a few teachers who have been sharing their solution already. And there are so many people, honestly. So we had to squeeze them into our slides. But behind every dot, there's like a special story of a teacher stepping outside their comfort zone and creating something really, really nice with their students. And not just for one time, for one class, for 1 week, but for several weeks. And we are really, really grateful for that.
Yeah, that's great. And I know this year you and Bram worked really hard on supporting with the platform. So teachers could not just participate themselves, but they could share with others and amplify their work. So love our new leaderboard. Congratulations to all of the teachers who have been including others and exploring access with climate education.
We have a team behind the platform as well, with Bram and Wout and Justin. Only 3 people who are making this happen. And all of those new features are by your request, and they are made by them. So we are really grateful for that as well. Yeah, thank you, team. Okay, so we went from jokes to dancing and now to a rather sad moment, because we really lost a good friend, Jane Goodall, this year. And although many people know her and her great mission and her words and her powerful vision she has been sharing, she has been a really great friend to us. We have been really lucky to meet her throughout the past years. She was really funny when we spoke with her, powerful, and we actually, and many people don't know this, but TAG has been working with her and Woods and Shoots and her institute in Tanzania, and we built together 2 schools with her. And so what we did to honor her and her message is we took all of the video messages she shared for our community and our students and our teachers. She also joined Climate Action Day the first time in 2020. So we merged all of those different fragments and made it one powerful message. And I invite you to watch this right now.
Climate change is real. My belief is that young people, when they know the problems and they're empowered to take action when we listen to them, not just marching, but planting trees, collecting trash, older high school, university, devising ways that they can really make a difference. This October is launching for the 3rd year in succession Climate Action. We expect about 100,000 young people from about 100 countries to take part. This is Jane Goodall, and I want to say how excited I am by our new collaboration. And I just want to congratulate everybody for the fact that the 2nd Innovation Lab in Tanzania is opening in Kigoma.
Let's go check out the lab.
These are 17 goals to protect the planet against climate change.
Chimpanzee.
Thank you for all of your inspiration and for everything you've done for women in science and for the planet. It's remarkable.
I'm now blowing kisses to everybody from around the world who's watching. Lots and lots and lots of kisses from Dr. Jane to all of you.
She always shared that everybody has like a big impact, and it's up to you to choose what kind of impact that is. And I think we all can agree that your impact has been tremendous. Thank you so much. Jen.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Koen. And I think that her message was really about empowering young people. So I think now it's over to you all, and we're here to support in every way. She will definitely be missed.
Let's go to a young speaker For me, at the other part of the world, in Australia, Kal Glanznig. And let's bring in our friend Whitney because she knows everything about them.
Yeah. Whitney, how about our next speaker?
Yes, so Kal Glanznig is one of Australia's youngest climate leaders, an ocean advocate who helped ban single-use plastics in his region, and creator of the Netflix documentary Rising Up. Today he gives keynote talks, film screenings, and talks to schools. He is proof that one student can spark a movement. Let's welcome Kal.
Hey, I'm Kal Glanznig. I'm from Sydney, Australia, and happy Climate Action Day. I've been travelling the world doing everything I can to look after the ocean, and it is so, so important to protect this beautiful thing that is such a big part of our planet. Here's my story and key message for Climate Action Day 2025. When I was at high school, I was learning about climate change, feeling really, really concerned about the future of what we're being told as young people we're going to inherit. So I took it upon myself to become the first student in the country to get solar panels installed and fundraise $100,000 when I was in year 12. Took me a good couple of years, but we finally got there. With my water polo background, there was one training session that there was so much plastic in the water. So as we were swimming, as we were passing the ball, there was just rubbish and wrappers getting all over us that the coach said, all right, training's over, everyone get out, the water's too polluted. So then I just remember thinking, well, surely I can do something that maybe I can't change the whole world of the whole global plastic pollution problem, but surely I could do something to make my own local bay a little bit cleaner. So I started Plastic Free Cronulla and worked with all levels of government, the business community, to really build a movement to get rid of plastic. And we ended up building this case that ended up seeing single-use plastic, so plastic straws, cutlery, and a bunch of other items banned across the whole state of New South Wales. And that incredible win saw me selected to be part of the World Ocean Day Youth Advisory Council and then invited to go speak at the United Nations Climate Conference in Egypt. And that experience absolutely changed my life because I realised the incredible power that young people have to create change. So I decided to make a documentary, Rising Up, where I travelled across the world to try to find more solutions of what young people can do. And that journey led me to actually deciding to run for local council where I live, because I realised that these big global problems, all change starts within your own world, within what's in your control. And now with my program Blue Minds, I'm spreading this message to tens of thousands of students all across Australia. And as young people, we hold the pen that can rewrite the future for the better. And every single action that we take, no matter how big or small, writes that future every single day.
That was amazing.
That was incredible.
Kal asked us to share with all of you that schools are invited to request his documentary. It can be played in your school for free. It's a Netflix documentary, Rising Up, and you can go to this website to make it happen. So thank you, Kal, for sharing your vision. And Whitney, what's next?
So we are heading back to Turkey, where Mukla Technology and Culture College students led by our friend Aylin are blending science and creativity to find smart, sustainable solutions for their climate action school.
Amazing.
Are you ready to take action for the climate?
1 degree changes everything. We lower the radiator or air conditioner by 1 degree to save energy.
We deliver our climate action messages through art.
We carry out ecological lessons and practices.
To raise awareness about the right to life, we conduct a philosophy workshop with the children.
We organize bike tours and eco-friendly activities.
We pay attention to reducing consumption.
We are students of Mukla Technology College, and we are here not only to save the future, but to rebuild it.
So good. They were amazing. We love all of our schools joining in Turkey. Whitney, we have our next speaker here in segment 2. You want to introduce us to Lewis?
Yes, so Louis Akenji leads the Hot or Cool Institute, rethinking how our lifestyles and economies can support a sustainable world. He's all about fairness, creativity, and collective action. Please welcome Louis Akenji joining us for a message today on Climate Action Day.
Thank you so much for having me today. And what a wonderful thing to just see all the young people from around the world taking action. I wish I'd had this kind of education when I was young. I missed out on this. I should also start by apologizing to these young people because they're inheriting a problem they did not cause. We made this mess, and suddenly we're leaving it in the hands of young people to push it through, which seems very unfair. So their future, unless some urgent action is taken, is going to be compromised. And the wonderful thing is the young people know that, and they're rising up to their action, and they're refusing to listen when bad advice is given to them by people who caused the problem. So here we go. It's the reason why I feel so inspired by when I always talk to people across classrooms, young people on streets, and at conferences. The Hot or Cool Institute recently published a report, a Climate for Sufficiency, and in it we try to explore, given the circumstances we have around the environment and climate change, how much is enough that we can actually consume and still make sure everyone has a fair share to live well. And in it, I'm going to try to pull out some 3 questions that we usually get asked and that might have been answered in this report. The first one is, what types of behaviors and lifestyles affect the environment and climate change? The second one, which people always tend to ask, is, how can I make a difference? And the third one is, in what ways could the future be different? Let's start with the first. The first one, please excuse me. In our report, we analyzed 6 areas where everyday consumption behaviors and lifestyles have an impact on the environment. So if you want to know what behaviors and lifestyles have the highest impact, the first one is food, especially when it looks at the meat consumption, things like cheese. So essentially, factory farmed, animal-based foods have a very high impact. The second one, if you fly a lot or you drive around a lot, then it has a very high impact. The third one is how we heat and cool our homes. So if you get the temperature too high, or in the summers, if you get it too cool indoors, then it has a very strong impact. The next one is looking at consumer goods, such as fashion, electronics, like mobile phones. And the last 2 are the ways we have fun, that is leisure, and the services that we use, such as education and health services. So these are the 6 key areas: food, traveling, housing, consumer goods, leisure, and services, where our behaviors have the highest impact on the environment. Now, there are 2 ways of looking at this. Sometimes it's just how much you consume, so how much stuff you're buying and consuming, in combination with how environmentally friendly the choice you make is. So when you combine these 2, it can tell you just pretty much whether that is a good option or not. We know, for example, that if you drive around a lot, that's already problematic. But if you drive around a lot, especially in a car that is using fossil fuels, that becomes even more problematic. There are a number of things that are also very interesting in some of the work that we do. There's people that consume too much, but there's also people that consume not enough. So their consumption needs to be increased so that they can have more meaningful ways of participating in society. It's the reason why we talk a lot about equity. It's the reason why we talk a lot about fairness. The next question people usually ask is, how can we make a difference? What difference can I make? And there's a few guidelines I can give here that you can use. We have a very simple framework called the REDUCE framework. That's RED, R-E-D, use, U-S-E framework. In very simplistic terms, it says you should refuse the options that are environmentally harmful. This is, we've just talked about excessive meat consumption, fast fashion, and plastics as examples. There's the other one, to effuse, so to do a bit more of the good stuff. You can look at it in terms of repair and recycling. And the third one is diffuse, which is, it means you should share, you should do things in community, in collaboration. And there are 3 areas where your behavior can be most instructive. This is at home and within the household. This is in school or within the communities. Or if you're old enough, this is in politics, how you choose to vote, or whether you vote for the leaders, or whether you choose leaders that make sure they care about climate change. But what is really important here is that you don't only try to act alone, because this problem is quite big and we all need to participate, but that you try to collaborate with others. Nag your parents, form or join a club, go out on a protest if you're old enough, and be careful, go and vote if you can vote. The third question, which usually comes, how could the future be different? Part of the problem that we have that has caused climate change and environmental destruction is that we've set up a world in which we're constantly competing with each other, everyone wanting to get much, much more than another. And this competition means that we're all trying to grab more stuff. So in the future, instead of competition, we'll have a much more collaborative environment where we work together with each other, where we share, where instead of just getting equipment that you use alone, you get equipment that an entire household or neighborhood can use and they share with each other. Also, what we have now is a lot of people trying to make profits off of everything, profits off of food, profits off of the healthcare systems, profits off of education. But these are things that are really quite important and necessary for everybody. So in the future, instead of just looking at profits for individuals, we're going to look at a lot more things that bring shared prosperity, that make us feel better. So moving away from just money to looking at our health and our well-being and the well-being of the people around us. What we are also seeing right now is most people are acting as individuals, but in the future, we're going to start acting a lot more as communities, as in neighborhoods, as in schools that are acting together, as in cities where people are acting together, libraries, areas where you can share, where you can participate, where you can be with each other. And the last thing which I would like to mention is that we've been, unfortunately, due to advertising, due to online shopping and so many different ways, we're being pushed to buy more and more stuff, to consume more and more stuff. Sometimes this stuff is not even making us feel better. It's not making us be healthy. So in the future, we'll move away from this kind of consumerism to finding more creative ways of meeting our needs, to co-creating with each other, and sometimes not consuming when it's not necessary. The last thing I'd like to say is there's a lot of reason to complain about the environment right now and climate change. But there is also a lot of hope. There is hope because people are taking actions. There is hope because people are really beginning to understand the nature of the problem. There is hope because young people have decided that they're not going to sacrifice their futures and they're going to stand up to do the right thing. And there is hope because these young people are getting their parents, are getting the decision makers that are their parents to hold them to account, to say, if you do not do the right thing, then you're condemning the future of your own children and your grandchildren. I'm so thankful to be invited to speak today, and I hope the rest of the event runs well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for speaking, Mr. Lewis. I hope everyone here had to learn a lot from you. And thank you so much for being here at Climate Action Day, inspiring all of us, all the children. Coming to that, Whitney just saw a bunch of children in Canada. So over to you, Whitney.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you so much, Lewis. That was incredibly inspiring. We're so grateful that you joined us today. Next up, we have another school from Greece. These young climate champions from Rizerio Kindergarten are learning that caring for the planet starts with small, kind actions. Let's go to Anna and her young changemakers in Greece.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Amazing.
That was great.
So, Jen, we have something special going to happen. A special person going to join us.
Yeah, a really good friend and someone that we are so excited to be able to work with. Every week we get to have meetings and plan and dream big with our dear friend Maite. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background on our next speaker, and then you're going to get inspired as well. So our friends at Accenture have been supporting innovation and sustainability all around the world. They're doing huge work for us all. Today, they are here to share how technology, something we love, and collaboration can power real change. I am so pleased to welcome our good friend at Take Action Global, Maite Grimaux, Sustainability, Education, and Action Lead at ACN Global Corporate Citizenship Team at Accenture. Hi, Maite. Welcome to Climate Action Day.
Hi, Jen. Hi, Kun. I'm so happy also to be here. What a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me to this great event, great celebration, Climate Action Day. I'm very pleased and grateful really for being here. And I have a great story to share with you, a great and inspiring story. I hope all the children, teachers, and all our audience are also inspired what I'm going to share with you. Yeah.
It's amazing. And I would like to share as well that we have a beautiful new design for this event. You can find during the event, but also the website. Everything was made by Accenture. So we're really, truly grateful for that. And our collaboration has been so much more than that. But I just wanted to stress because people are really loving how everything looks like. Yeah, thank you.
So great to hear that. We really love it. And we are, as you said also at the beginning, we are at Accenture, we are a really proud partner of Take Action Global, and what you do really supporting climate education and youth engagement. So it is we are grateful also for you, for what you do, and happy to help with all these things. So Accenture, let me share more, is one of the world's largest technology and consulting companies, and we want to help people with ideas. Why? Because you know that, I don't know, I think that probably you know, but I would like to highlight this. Every big change begins with an idea, and begins with the people that have the passion to pursue that ideas. And that person that is passionate and want to push that idea, share that idea with others, yes? And then this person finds people to help them. And then together they can make much more of a difference of the one that this person can do only by themselves. So this is the story that I would like to share with you that is about collaboration and innovation. Let me share a little more what's this about. So lost or abandoned fishing nets, yes, are often called ghost nets. And these are one of the biggest threats to our marine life in our oceans. And to address this challenge, World Wildlife Fund Germany had been exploring how to use technology to tackle this issue. Yes, how to incorporate, for example, AI, these type of technologies. And looking to expand their impact, WWF joined forces with Accenture and with Microsoft's AI for Good Lab, combining their expertise in conservation, yes, with innovation and with artificial intelligence. And we together developed what we called Ghost Net Zero. Ghost Net Zero is an AI-powered platform that accelerates the detection of these ghost nets that are in our oceans and helps us remove them, yes, helping, of course, our final outcome is to protect marine restoration and marine ecosystems, yes, worldwide. So this is an example of how when we join forces, when we work together, when we innovate and collaborate, we can make a greater impact. We can make a bigger difference. So let's take a look.
The ocean is the largest habitat on Earth, home to more than 2 million species. But below its surface, an invisible threat is growing year by year. Ghost nets. Lost or abandoned fishing gear that increasingly covers the bottom of the sea.
Ghost nets cause severe damage to marine life, to fishes, to crabs, to mammals, also to seabirds. We can't just count on that it disappears at one point. We have to act.
The WWF has been fighting this threat with the use of side-scan sonar technology and ghost net recovery, enabling state-funded programs to act. But analyzing sonar data is a slow, manual process. Time for an upgrade in ocean protection with the help of modern tech and artificial intelligence. GhostNet Zero, the most efficient global detection of ghost nets by analyzing vast amounts of sonar data with a specially trained AI.
The AI can detect these patterns in a huge amount of data, and second, doesn't get tired doing that.
An easy-to-use app enables divers to further train the model.
With the GhostNet Zero app, we are asking volunteer divers to verify our sonar positions, and this information is then fed again into the GhostNet Zero app by a record of the diver.
In order to upscale the effort and reuse sonar data worldwide.
Also wir fahren mit unserer Tauchgruppe zu diesem Punkt, der verdächtig aussieht.
Ich sage, das schauen wir uns unten an.
Und meistens, weil die Positionierung sehr, sehr gut ist, liegt im dichten Umkreis bis 3-4 Metern das, was uns interessiert.
The GhostNet Zero platform enables companies and institutions to easily upload their data, helping to expand the search.
We now want to upscale the process by asking for external, different data to have the possibility to upscale the area and to have a much broader picture of the situation of ghost gear worldwide.
Through innovative design and the power of AI, GhostNet Zero is helping shape the future of clean oceans.
What an amazing solution that is. I really love those kind of things when people are making those kind of solutions, because the thing with innovation is that it's always focusing on wealth, basically, and making your own life better. But it's always nice to see when you have like technology helping people in remote areas to make sure that they also have like internet connection, like we do with the refugees in the refugee camp. But when you're taking care of the ocean, I really love those kind of solutions. Yeah, so thank you for sharing that, Maite.
Thank you, Q, and thank you, Jen. And also remember, ideas start from one person, that person passionate, pursuing it, then looking for help. Joining forces, collaboration, and innovation. Let's make a bigger change, all of us together. Thank you very much. I hope you continue enjoying the event.
Together, Maite. Thank you so much. And you know, we talk a lot about the future of work and future jobs and building competencies. And you all are showing us by example. It's about innovation, but it's also about taking care of people and the planet. So we appreciate you being with us today and all that you do.
Thank you very much.
And your whole team. Big hugs to you all. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
See you soon. Oh, she's
right, Jen.
Yes.
She is.
Yeah, we're so lucky to be.
What is next?
All right, so we have been traveling all around. If you are just joining us, we have heard from schools from across the planet. We have many more to hear from. And now we are going to, we have lots more speakers coming up, and then our art break, which is going to be fantastic. So I'm pleased to introduce our next classroom, coming to us from Nigeria, the Methodist Girls High School Science Club, a girls' science club. Thumbs up to that, raising awareness and leading the way on youth-driven climate solution. Big cheers for them and their teacher, Fedivo. Over to you, Nigeria.
Jen, I have one question.
Yes.
Is there something the audience can do, the classrooms, the students, the teachers, the parents at home, to prepare themselves for the art session?
Okay.
Is there anything they can do? Because that takes some time, right?
That's a great idea. So we have just one call to action for you. Please grab a piece of paper. It can be large, it can be small, it can be scrap paper, something you've already used. Please repurpose. That would be great.
Awesome. Over to Nigeria.
What are you trying to do? Burning is not safe. I'm just getting rid of some plastic. Burning plastic plastic releases toxins like dioxins and fluorides into the air, and they cause health issues and also contribute to climate change. What is climate change exactly? Climate change means shift in global weather patterns and rising temperatures. How does it affect Nigeria? Nigerians face drought in the northern part and also floods in the coastal parts of Nigeria. Are you not burning plastic or water? Yes, improper disposal of waste. You can reduce that by recycling and planting trees because trees absorb carbon dioxide. Plastic, and we can learn more about reducing our footprints. Join community cleanup, right? Exactly. Collective action helps protect our planet. Just slightly explain how to turn this into this without wasting resources and not trashing this. So instead of you trashing this bottle, I turn it into something like this, and you can do many more with it. So like I just cut it. I cut it into two. I cut it into two. I wrapped the Ankara around it. I glued it down, and here I go with my flower base. Instead of entering the car to go to school, I can just trek to school. After all, it's not that far, and the car will be releasing CO2 into the environment, which will cause the air to become more polluted. So I'm making the world a better place by trekking.
They were fantastic. Thanks to our friends in Nigeria, and all the work that you're doing is incredible. All right, so we have a super exciting update. We are now ready to meet our next co-host, our wonderful youth intern and advisor who's been with us for the past few years, Caitlin Rorden. Welcome, Caitlin, to Climate Action Day. How are you? I know you're rushing back from class.
I'm great. No, this timing is perfect. Thank you so much for the introduction, Jen. I'm so thrilled to be here with TAG, and I'm super excited to introduce our next speaker, Santiago Lefebre. Santiago is the founder of Change Now, the world's biggest summit for solutions to protect our planet in France. He believes in the power of connection and innovation to drive change. Santiago, welcome to Climate Action Day.
Hello everyone, I'm very glad to be with you at this Climate Action Days. I am Santiago Lefebre and I'm the founder and CEO of Change Now. At Change Now, we organize every year the world's largest event of concrete solutions for the planet. We bring together thousands of change makers, entrepreneurs, investors, policy and business leaders, talent, and also citizens who just want to have a positive impact. This is 40,000 participants coming together from all over the globe. I've dedicated my last 10 years of work to accelerating concrete climate and environmental solutions because change must and can happen now. As a young, I heard many times people saying that the next generation will have to solve these global issues. And I just realized that at some point they were talking about me, about my generation. And we can't just wait for all the generations to come to solve the issues. We need to act ourselves. We need to act. And this is maybe my call to action for this Climate Action Days, is that you, each and every one of you here, can have this positive impact. You can be change makers. We have everything we need to be change makers. So find a cause, something very dear to you. It can be something regarding nature restoration, new energies, circular economy, fighting against disinformation, or better education. Talk to your friends about solving this issue, create a team, work on it, and I'm sure you'll make wonderful progress and positive impact. So go ahead. I'm convinced that when the challenges grow, solutions must and can grow too.
Thank you so much, Santiago. That's such great advice. And I think a really important aspect for especially youth and young leaders looking to get involved in this movement is finding a group of people to collaborate with, so that when we're facing such a large challenge that seems almost impossible to address, we don't feel so alone, and we have that sense of optimism to drive us forward.
Incredible message from Santiago. So Caitlin, I know you have had a busy year and you've been with us for the past few years at TAG working on climate education programs, helping us with research. I know something that's very important to you. I'd love to tell our audience of Global Classrooms a little bit about the work that you've been doing through high school and now in your university program. So we have joined together for the Future Forward Global Challenge. You and I have been together in New York City. We've had Climate Action Day fun in the past. In high school, you were leading energy aggregation research, and you now serve as an analyst. This is super cool for Harvard's undergraduate clean energy group. I can't wait for you to tell us about that, where you are working to inform policy impacting 15 million energy consumers across New England. So we are thrilled to have you here with us. What class did you have this morning that you're rushing back from?
This morning I had Italian, so it's a great class to start off the day. Super fun.
Oh, that's really great. Cool. Well, Caitlin, we have another school. I've been really excited for this one. Similar to Canada, our school in Mexico has a full school watch party. They're going to give us a little glimpse into it. Let me tell you about the work that they are doing. So from Mexico, Conalep 052 Cardenas, Tabasco has united over 800 students across 3 programs. This is really neat. Electronics, nursing, and computer maintenance, all joining forces to learn, clean, plant, and take action together. And guess what? Today, the full school, led by our educator friend Blanca, are celebrating right now with their watch party celebration. So please help us in welcoming our friends in Mexico.
Hello, we are from Conalep, Mexico. This year, 24 teachers work with more than 800 students to raise awareness about what climate change means in our community, our country, and the whole world.
We learned about the causes and effects of climate change in our community, and we proposed some solutions. We created murals, posters, and infographics to share information with others.
We also cleaned the green areas to promote social responsibility, teamwork, and respect for nature. Our goal is to inspire other young people to take action for our planet.
We invite the students and teachers around the world to take action. Plant a tree, share your ideas in Protect Our Home, Planet Earth.
We thank our teacher or classmate Conalep Mexico and Take Action Global for supporting this amazing project.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Oh, that's really beautiful. And all of us teachers know that takes a lot of coordination and effort to pull that off. So thank you to everyone in Mexico and to Blanca for sharing those messages and celebrating today. So guess what? We are to our next point with our next art break. And we have a special art break for you. As Kun and I were saying before, all you're going to need is a little bit of time, and we are going to need a piece of paper. So I'm going to be introducing our next speaker, and then we're going to guide you through. So before I introduce our next speaker, I'm going to bring in Caitlin, Whitney, and Nishad as we get geared up. So we're nearing the end of our second segment, segment 3 coming up. Woohoo! Nishad's ready. I've got my paper. Yes, it's going to be great. Okay. So let's see, making sure our technology is working, but I'll be introducing William. William, how's your audio? I'll give everyone a little bit of background about your work, and then we'll...
Hi, guys.
Hi, William.
Hello.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Welcome to Climate Action Day. You sound fantastic.
Well, I think my audio cut off, but I think that's still fine. So today we're going to be making an origami penguin. So first off, I would like to start off with a small little introduction about myself first. So my name is William Tan, and I'm a co-founder of Fisha and Build a Reef, which are both 501c3 nonprofits. So what we do is we teach kids how to go fishing, and we bring kids out to learn how to go fishing, all in benefit for their mental health. And then in Build a Reef, I created that because I actually won 3rd place nationally in the 3M Young Scientist competition. And my project was an AI smart artificial reef. So this art project actually relates to what I do in my everyday life, I guess you could say. So today, all you need is like a square sheet of paper. I have one here. It's pre-folded. So if you have a rectangular sheet, you can basically fold it down in half like this and then cut off the bottom. So then now we can make a square sheet of paper, right? And that's my slides. So yeah, that was my introduction. I go sailing a lot, and it's like a really fun activity for me. So you can just have scissors and maybe a marker if you want to decorate it later. So now this is the first step. So now after we have our piece of paper that's square like this, we're going to fold it, the two sides, we're going to fold the two sides in like this, basically. And just make sure that it doesn't come together in the middle. And there's a little gap in the middle, as you can see right here. And then that is step 2. And then for step 3, you can flip it over like this. So that'd be the next slide, I believe. And then you flip it over like this, then you can fold these sides in like this. So it should look something similar to this. If you want to go back to the start, we basically have a square sheet of paper. We fold these two sides in like this, where it doesn't really touch in the middle, so it should end up looking like this. Right?
Mine touch in the middle.
And then,
I gotta back them out a little bit.
It shouldn't be totally met in the middle, so it should look something similar to this. Okay. And then now we can, yes, just like that, yeah. And then now we can flip it over again to the back, and then we can fold these sides in like this. So kind of like in the sides, like right here. So it should look something similar to this. Then now the bottom, we can fold the bottom up. So in the bottom, it'd be like this, and then now you fold it up like this. So now it should look something like this. You can see this right here. Yep. And then now we can fold it in half. And then we're really close to our final step.
Wow.
So we fold it in half like this, and it should look something similar to this now. Then now all we need to do is to make our beak, which is our last part of this activity. So now what we do is you can just unfold it a little bit, bend it forward like this, something similar to this, refold it back, and kind of twist it out like this to create a good beak, just like this. So now we should have something similar that looks like a penguin right here. And then if you want to color it in, you can color in eyes, you can color in like the wings, you can color in the belly, anything you want. And this is like a penguin because they're actually endangered. So it reminds us that we should try to help save our ocean and save our climate, which is definitely something that's very important. Thank you.
All right, here's mine. How's everyone else's turning out?
Mine is very bad.
I think you got it. It's close.
Caitlin's looking good.
Yeah, Caitlin's so cute.
Yeah, once you fold it in half, and then
so
it should look
cute.
something similar to this. So
Oh, I think I folded this the wrong way. Let me
That's
go
it.
over here.
I got lost midway, I guess. I think so.
It's definitely, it's kind of close.
Okay.
I think
so-
my mic or my audio isn't really working. I'm
No,
not
no,
sure
your
why,
audio
but
sounds great. You sound great,
I guess
William.
this is it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you sound good.
Thank you.
Tell us, okay, so what's a group of penguins called? Do we know the name? We might have to do some quick research. Oh, Nishad, it looks fantastic.
Beautiful.
Yep, we got our penguins. So William, as our students are working on their penguins, we'd love to have any advice from you. So as a high school student working in this space around taking action, any advice for you or from you for our students as they're wrapping up their climate action projects?
Yeah, I don't think my audio is working right now, but
he can't hear.
uh,
We hear you though, William. You sound great, but I don't know if he can hear us.
thank you guys.
Thank you, William. Looking great.
Thank you, William.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so just a little bit on William. You can check out more about his work as a high school student taking action. You heard him say that he has now formalized his work into a nonprofit organization, and he is continuing on in he's a 9th grade student doing so much work already. He reached out to us last year as an 8th grade student, right, Nishad? Super cool. Love following along with the work that he's doing. So you can check out the work that he is leading in our speaker guide, and definitely follow William on social media. So did anyone find out a family of penguins is called we don't know this answer. All right, maybe someone in the chat that is watching in. I'm gonna
I love a waddle. That's so fitting.
Is it a waddle? A waddle.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
That's perfect. Okay, we have our waddle of penguins. Very cool. Well, thanks for joining along with our art break. That will lead us into segment number 3.
All right. So we're already going to segment 3, Jen. This is going really fast.
Yeah, home stretch.
It is.
I don't want it to end though, so we'll slow it down a little bit.
We have to. And we didn't plan for this, but maybe we can do another 5 minutes of dancing and music.
Dancing. I'm all about the dancing. So I did see we had a watch party with lots of dancing happening in Canada on Instagram. So I think we should bring back a little bit of our dancing. And if you are dancing at your school, please tag us in. We'd love to feature you.
Let's do it. Jen, I lost you for a minute.
I'm here.
Good to be back. And welcome to the third segment, the third part of Climate Action Day, our 6th edition this year. And it's not just us, we have some great co-hosts as well. And well, what to expect? Jen.
Okay, so we are in segment number 3. We have had an action-packed day already with segment 1 and 2. We had speakers, we have had some fun art breaks, dancing, art, all sorts of great messages. And coming up for segment 3, we have more speakers and classrooms joining from all around the world to share about their solutions for the climate crisis. So can't wait.
Amazing. We are going to have great speakers today. In this segment, we are going to hear from Nicole Stott, who is an astronaut, and we did something with her. We are going to have like a great interview with 2 young, inspiring people as well, and so on. And we also have an actor, because we can. But now it's time for our first speaker. And for that, we have Nisha back. Hi, Nisha.
Hello. Amazing to be back, and I'm going to introduce you all to a person who inspired me when I was in 6th and 7th grade, and he taught me a lot on geology, and I hope he can resonate that message to all of you all across the globe. So let's introduce our next speaker, who I'll be interviewing, Professor Ethan Baxter, who is a geologist who studies Earth's deep history through rocks, and it helps us understand our planet's past so we can protect its future. Welcome, Professor.
Hello, Nishad. It's great to see you. I can't believe you were in 6th grade when we first met virtually, and it's just fantastic to be with you and with everybody here today as we celebrate Climate Action Day.
Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you for accepting my invitation. So, Professor Ethan Baxter is a renowned geologist, and we welcome you to Climate Action Day 2025. How are you today?
I'm thrilled. I've been paying attention to many of the speakers this morning, and I'm absolutely stoked to be a part of this conversation.
Welcome. So my first question to you is, would you introduce yourself and let our lovely viewers know who you are, what you do for the planet, and how you inspire children too?
Absolutely. So I'm Ethan Baxter. I'm I wear a lot of hats, but I'm a professor of Earth and Environmental Sciences here at Boston College, where I'm sitting right now. And I can tell you about my research. I'm also a rock storyteller, as you know, Nishad. And I'll tell you about that too. So the research that I do in my laboratory ultimately uses the Earth's rock record, the literal rocks and minerals that we see in our backyards or in our communities. And I use the rock record to unlock the hidden stories of our planet's past, also to understand the Earth's present workings, and sometimes to help inform, predict, and maybe even change the future of the Earth. I learned those stories of the past because I'm passionate about sharing the stories of the Earth with everyone, folks like you, Nishad, and anybody else out there. That's because I think stories are such a great way to bring us closer to each other and closer to the Earth that we all share. And I'll tell you more about my YouTube channel called Every Rock Has a Story as we move along.
Thank you so much. Actually, I was dumbfounded when my teacher said that we had a session with a geologist. I did not even know that term that day. So yes, I'm very glad to meet you finally and talk more about the topic. My second question to you, Professor Ethan, is what is your personal stance on climate change as we are celebrating Climate Action Day? And how do you see its impact on the planet through your work as a geologist and researching on rocks?
Yeah, well, that's a big question, and I'm glad you asked it. I mean, just for starters, the climate is changing. As we know, global average temperatures are rising. Global average sea level is rising. The chemistry of the oceans is changing. Our global ecosystems are changing, and it's geoscientists that study and monitor all of that. What's interesting is that our human society isn't changing, or at least it's not changing fast enough to respond in the ways that we need to. So let me give you an example. Our society needs energy, always has and always will, probably more and more every day. And we continue to rely really too much on fossil fuels like this coal that I brought right here to get our energy. And as many of you know, it's fossil fuels like this coal which are the root cause of the global warming that we're seeing today. Geoscientists, people who study the Earth and all of its systems, are at the center of making a transition from fossil fuel energy like coal to renewable sources of energy like wind and solar. So it's interesting when we think about stories. Rocks like coal can tell the 300 million year old story that's driving our current climate change, whereas rocks like this mineral right here, there's a beautiful crystal of something called spodumene. Spodumene can tell us about climate solutions and the stories of our future. And that's because this rock is full of a very special ingredient called lithium. And we need lithium to make the batteries, to store the energy that comes from the sun and the wind for our sustainable green energy future. So rocks can tell us a lot of different stories about the climate and our role within it.
I was actually really surprised how rocks can tell a story. And when I visited a university, it was a field trip of our school. So there were different kinds of rocks, iron, quartz, and there were crystals. And at that time, I'm not lying, I remembered you, Professor Ethan, how you taught us that each layer can tell us how much different it is from something else. And actually I was very amazed from that. Coming to the next question, which I personally found very innovative, is your YouTube channel, which is Every Rock Has a Story. So could you enlighten our audience of what inspired you to create that channel and how it helps children like me and others who are watching today discover the stories behind each and every rock?
Absolutely. And so I've got some slides I'd like to share here. Let me see if I can do that myself. Is that working? There we go. Perfect. Thank you. So, Nishad, I'm thrilled that you have found Every Rock Has a Story, and it was part of what inspired you. So, Every Rock Has a Story is a free, non-monetized, and accessible YouTube channel for kids and their parents and teachers, and really anybody who wants to learn more about all the stories of the earth. The pretty simple goal for Every Rock Has a Story is to inspire the next generation of geoscientists and to help all kids out there to see themselves engaged in science. So you asked how I started it. I started this in COVID. So we all got sent home. I couldn't give presentations out in the community. So when I was at home alone with a bunch of rocks on my laptop, I started making YouTube videos. These are two examples of some of those early videos from that first season, episode 6 and episode 16. 16 is all about that coal we already talked about. Episode 6, Climate Rock, is actually about this rock right here. And I love to do this with my students. So if you don't know what this rock is called chalk. This is chalk rock. And I call this my climate rock. And this whole episode is about chalk, because chalk actually stores the very, very controls for climate change. This rock is half carbon dioxide gas. Half gas is in this rock. And so the story in episode 6 talks about how the Earth can take CO2 out of the atmosphere and put it into a solid form. Episode 43 talks about how we might take that CO2 out of the atmosphere and put it back into rocks like this as part of a climate solution. In the next slide, after COVID was over, what I wanted to do was get out of my basement and get out into the community. And so the more recent episodes of Every Rock Has a Story, we met with diverse co-hosts traveling around the country, even around the world, because I wanted to show all students out there storytellers that they could better relate to. So episode 82 is the most recent episode. That's about that lithium rock. That's my friend Catherine. We went to Sweden in that episode to look at a new lithium prospect. Episode 79 I mentioned as well. That's my friend Nicole. We're standing down in a deep gorge at Cornell University. This is the rock that gorge is made out of. And what Nicole studies is the increasing rate at which intense storms are carving away that rock. And so she's looking at the increase in storm intensity driven by climate change. So in the final slide here to share with you, I would encourage anybody at home, parents, kids, teachers, take a peek at this resource. As I said, it's all free. It's online. You can click either one of those QR codes. You can pick your favorite co-host, any of these kids or my friends across the country, and hear their story, or you can pick your favorite rock. That episode list link is a useful place to go to get all the episodes categorized by their topic.
Thank you so much for showcasing whatever you've done for the YouTube channel. I know you're very consistent with posting and the shorts I see every day. So thank you so much for that content. It really is something I watch every day. And coming to my other question, these are a bit introspective. It's about how you think that, from your perspective, how can discovering a story of a rock, understanding the history of the planet, encourage young minds and people to care more for our Mother Earth, according to you? It's a bit lengthy.
Yeah, there's a lot there. And I think one of the exciting things about being a geoscientist is the ability to look across the entire Earth system. And part of the idea behind Every Rock Has a Story is that every part of the Earth system, every rock that has grown and exists and plays a role throughout all those facets of the Earth system, those rocks are worth wondering about. Those rocks are worth asking about. And I always tell my students, young or old, that science only starts when we ask and when we wonder. What is your story? Whether we're asking that of a rock, a tree, a cloud, or of each other. And so what I think about the way to bring in people and get people excited is to seek to discover things that things that we might often take for granted, things like a lump of coal or a rock right before us, but to really look at the ways that those things might be connected to our lives, connected to our planet, connected to the climate system, the environment, in ways that we might ever have imagined. So the most impactful geology, the most impactful geoscience, in my opinion, it's happening where those different parts of the Earth system, where those different conversations are coming together and connecting. A lot of people that I talk to, whether it's in my classroom or folks that I meet out in the communities, most people usually don't think that rocks like this coal or like this spodumene or the chalk have anything to do with the planet's climate. They do. These represent the potential causes of climate change and the potential solutions to climate change. And how do I know that? How do we know that? We know it because we have asked those questions. We've asked, what is your story? And by the way, there's a lot to the story that I don't have time to talk about right now. And I think that's the crux of this, is to be curious minds, whether we're young or old, and to constantly be asking and seeking to understand the Earth around us and each other by sharing those stories.
Being inquisitive is the best trait, I think so. And coming to our last question, and then we'll be signing off. Do you think us as a world, the 8 billion people who share this planet, are we doing enough to renew, heal our world in the state it is today? And what do you think we should do individually, collectively, to make a difference in this state?
Yeah. So I think that's an interesting question, and that's an interesting way to frame it. Are we doing enough? I would have to say the simple answer to that is no, I don't think we're doing enough. But I want to reframe the question. I want to look at this a little bit differently. And that's because of the following. The Earth has always been and will always be a dynamic system. That means that the Earth is always changing. So it's not a matter of enough. There's always more that we need to be doing to keep up with the Earth's changes. So I actually look at this a little bit differently. That means that each and every one of us, everybody on this call that we've been working with together today, every one of us has an opportunity. We have an opportunity to do more. We have an opportunity to learn more, an opportunity to engage more with each other, which is what this entire day is all about, and to engage more with the issues of climate change, environmental change, and our roles within it. You've already asked me, we've already talked about how every rock has a story. I definitely believe that's true. I think it's important to realize and appreciate that everything has a story. Everything. Find your interests, find your passions, and dig out those stories. And to remember, every person has a story too. Those personal stories, those storytellers are so important. Many of those stories today, more and more, are involving our evolving relationship with the Earth around us. So doing enough, doing more, doing something, get out there and share your story. You've got a story too, and it matters. Share your story with other people. Listen to the stories of others who live near you, and listen to the stories of folks who may live far, far away, because climate is a global issue. We've seen that well exemplified by the entire conversation today. So the more that we can share our global stories, I think the closer we'll come to understanding each other and to understanding the broad network of solutions that we're going to need to solve this climate change problem. And solve it, we will.
Thank you so much, Professor Ethan, for enlightening all of us, and your words do really mean a lot to everyone in the Take Action Global team. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope to see you again soon.
Indeed. Thank you so much for the invitation. I love it. Carry on.
Bye-bye.
Nishad, that was fantastic. Another one that you're like, okay, I have a dream big speaker. I'd love to have him. Do you think we can maybe have him come? That was really great.
Yes, I wanted to call him because he was one of the, when my teachers introduced us to his webinar on Every Rock Has a Story. So I was really inspired because he showed us all these rocks, how he showed us today. And he showed how each one of them had a story before, how their shape matters, how their size matters. And yes, amazing person. I will always reach out to him if I have some doubts. So yes, thank you so much.
I think storytelling, a big theme of our Climate Action Day 2025. We're hearing a lot of different forms of storytelling. Rocks Have a Story is a new one that we are really excited to carry on. So thank you to Ethan, and thank you, Nishad, for bringing him to us. All right, Caitlin, we have another school ready to share.
Yes. I love seeing schools get engaged in the climate action sphere, especially at a young age. Our next school is from Brazil, the Colégio Positivo Joinville School. In Brazil, students are growing gardens and growing teamwork, taking action for nature and the environment with their vegetable garden project. So let's go to Deborah with her 6th grade bilingual student program.
Hello, we are 6th graders at Colégio Positivo Joinville, Brazil, and this is our climate action project.
Colégio Positivo Joinville, our elementary students explore teamwork and environmental awareness through the Ant Project. They learned that just like ants, each of us has an important role in caring for the plants and facing the challenge of climate change together.
Preschoolers planted and cared for a vegetable garden, learning early on how small actions can help nature and support a healthier, more sustainable world.
These hands-on experiences help our children understand the importance of nature, cooperation, and caring for the earth. If you throw trash in floor, you are out. But if you put the trash in the correct place, you are in.
If you save energy, you are in.
If you don't care, you are out.
If you put your organic trash in the right bin, you are in. If you not, you are out.
Our global friends and you are in or out.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Really love that. It's so creative. In or out. We've always loved playing that game in my family.
Such a great, straightforward message, too, for students to really take in and appreciate.
Yeah, perfect to get behind. All right, Caitlin, let's welcome back Whitney, and she's going to be sharing about our next speakers and leading them in a panel. Hi, Whitney.
Hi, I'm so excited to be back and welcome our next speakers. Tafadzwa Kurotwi from Zimbabwe and Shreya Ramachandran from California are two inspiring young leaders driving climate action in their communities. Tafadzwa is the founder of Emerald Climate Hub, a youth-led nonprofit in Zimbabwe, empowering young people, especially women, to engage in climate solutions. Shreya is a master's student at Stanford University and founder of the Grey Water Project, which promotes water reuse for drought resilience. Their work proves that climate action can start anywhere. Please join me in welcoming Tafadzwa and Shreya.
Hello. It's so great to be here. Thank you for that very warm introduction, Whitney.
Yes, of course. So you both have done such incredible climate work to date, and I would love if you could start us off by talking about what inspired you to get involved with climate action work, and how did your backgrounds and main initiatives like the Grey Water Project and the Emerald Climate Hub help shape that passion? Shreya, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, happy to kick us off. I was first moved to action after witnessing water scarcity firsthand, both in California and in India. And witnessing that and living through that really made me want to do something to help. So I learned about gray water, which is lightly used water from sinks, showers, baths, laundries, and it can be reused and can be a really effective and critical drought solution. So I did several years worth of research and then started the Gray Water Project to do advocacy and education around this issue. And now I continue to do research, but I also develop policies and programs that advance climate resilience more broadly. And I do this with a lens towards human and planetary health to ensure that the solutions that we deploy for the climate crisis are also protecting human lives.
Wow, incredible. Tafadzwa, do you want to take us next?
Hello, Whitney. I hope you can hear me. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are.
So my name is Tafadzwa Kurotwi from Zimbabwe. And my initial encounter to take action was a really personal and rooted experience in my country where I managed to experience drought in my own community. And this really motivated me to directly shape my background in founding the Emerald Climate Hub, which is a youth-led organization that seeks to amplify youth voices as well as finding sustainable solutions to climate change through innovation and technology. And we've managed to, bridge the gap of my own background with advocacy and diplomacy, which has showed me the critical gap between high-level international policy and also the agent action on the ground.
Wow, incredible. Okay, that leads us into our next question, which is how do you use education to empower young people to take action in their schools and communities?
Yeah, I can start us off. I think it's so important to think about environmental education, not just as something that happens within a K-12 classroom, but also something that there's environmental education opportunities all around us. So through the Greywater Project, I developed a Greywater curriculum that teaches students about water conservation and water reuse. But instead of just being a didactic, like, here's some information, like, let's make sure you understand it, it's really about helping students see themselves as part of the solution and as a change maker that can take action, because the only way that you're going to be able to empower people to take action is if they have an understanding of the problems that they face and they get to start with the tools that they can utilize to make a difference. So shameless self-promotion a little bit. If anyone's interested in learning more about the Greywater curriculum, please come find me. I'm happy to chat about it. But I also have found that really powerful environmental education opportunities come outside of that experience. At Stanford, I am the co-director of Students for a Sustainable Stanford, and any student who's interested in taking climate action can just join and get involved in projects on food waste and climate policy. And all that is to say that creating those spaces where people can get together and learn and just take that first step, that is what's most important. And that's what makes environmental education so powerful.
Wow, incredible.
So to answer that question, as in how I use education to empower young people, I think this is also something that has been really exciting to be in, to use education as a tool to influence change. So as an individual, I managed to write a book, which I co-authored with two amazing young people, Elizabeth Gulugulu and Priyanka, on a book called Waste, Don't Wait. Don't Waste It. So it's a waste management book, a children's book for young people to be equipped with the knowledge and tools to ensure that they know the basic on what climate change is and also how to manage their waste in their surrounding communities. So this is just a tool and exercise that we can bring about awareness and change through written tools, a book that can also be read and passed down to other generations. And besides the book that I managed to co-author, We also use data technological advances where we also use mobile applications for young people to venture into climate action, as well as to use their social media to engage with other young people. Because once I use my social media, I know it's gonna influence other young people, because social media is a powerful tool to drive change and also to bring about solutions in our communities. And bringing about young people and connecting and creating that connectivity with different young people through these platforms has also helped me to equip them with these kind of tools, and in schools as well. So this is just in a nutshell that awareness can be done in different ways, and also it can be done through small things, just by using and using the resources that you have around yourself, can be able to use to influence change and also to make a difference.
You both are empowering youth in such incredible ways. I really enjoyed hearing that. Our last question is, what advice would you give to youth who want to start their own climate initiatives in their communities?
Yeah. One of the things that I'm actually most proud of as an environmental change maker is being able to inspire and empower other young people. From all around the world, I've supported students as they start developing their own projects and initiatives. And I hear back very frequently from people who are like, oh, I saw you talking about this, or I was participating in your program, and that inspired me to make a difference. And what I would take away from that is that to any young people watching, like, your inspiration is really all around you. It can be from watching a documentary and learning about an issue that you start to care about. It can be from witnessing something in your hometown or in your school that you want to take action about. It can be something hyper local. It can be something international. But there is inspiration all around you, and there are people in your community and globally who want to help and want to see you succeed. So I would say just go for it and take this event as a catalyst for you to start your journey.
Amazing.
That's so amazing, Shreya. I'm also motivated myself. My takeaway would be that you need to start now. There isn't a perfect moment. There's no need for to have a bucket or a funding or resources to start. So you need to start now as individuals, as young people. Funding will come as you go, as you find a solution. And finding and identifying a problem in your community, as well as finding a solution. Because once you have identified a problem, a solution is already there. So my advice is to say you need to start now, and we also need to come together collectively, because as much as I'm being influenced or being impacted by climate change, it's not the same way another person or Shreya is being affected in her own country, because we're affected differently. But we're about to bring about solutions together in how we can collaborate to bring about solutions, despite where we come from, despite our gender, or despite where we come from, that we need to have a collective ground as young people to influence change in our communities, and also to find sustainable solutions and technological advances to bring about the solutions to the problems that we already have. So my takeaway is to say we need to start now. And yeah, thank you.
Amazing. Thank you both so much for sharing today, and your thoughtful responses were truly powerful. I will leave it to Jen and Koen to take us to our next speaker.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Whitney. That was great. Those are my favorites, just hearing our young activists leading and their recommendations for our students as they're moving forward with their actions. So thank you for making that possible.
It was so much fun to hear their responses.
It was so great.
It's so inspiring.
Well, and I know every week you're doing our community days, and we're having interviews on Instagram Live. So we were able to bring those messages into climate action today. And now we have another school. So Whitney, I'm going to tell you where we're heading next. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Caitlin, I think we should head to the United States. A lot of our students there are just waking up at Venice High School. So from sunny California, Venice High School students, clubs and classes are taking action. They've joined us in the past for Climate Action Day, and they are back now to tell us about their advocacy and cleanup drives, showing that every small step matters. We're so happy to welcome back our amazing climate action champion and Japanese teacher, Tracy Namachi in Los Angeles Unified School District. Over to you in Venice High School.
Welcome to Venice High School. Our students across our small learning communities are engaged in advocating for our future Earth. We are excited to share our solutions with our peers around the world. Happy Climate Action Day.
Hi, I'm Nicholas Pina.
I'm Daniel Duffy.
I'm Haley Luna. And we're from the Venice FFA chapter. One of the things that we do here is aquaponics. And basically what that is we have a grow tower in the classroom that without any soil, and it's growing just water and roots. And the reason why those plants are able to be so sustainable in there is because all of the water is actually from the fish tanks and the pond, so it gives a lot of nutrients to the plants and allows them to grow.
Another thing that we do is that we raise poultry. Basically, we use them so that they can lay their eggs, and we take donations and we get the farm to the table.
Hi, my name is Brianna. I'm with the Hula Bay Club, and we're collecting signatures for petitions on ocean conservation.
Hi, we're members of the Community Closet Club here at Venice High School, and what our club does is that we get a lot of donated clothes from parents, teachers, people in the community, and what we do is we sort them out. We put them on racks for students to take, and we also sort them out for reducing clothing pollution, promoting sustainable fashion, and reducing carbon emissions and helping, kind of reduce the effects of global warming.
We are grateful that the school provides food for us, but a lot of people don't have anywhere to put their food scraps because the school has nowhere to put them other than the trash. So by providing compost bins, we can end the cycle of needless waste and help students build good habits of throwing away their food properly.
Marhaban, it's Mehta. In our Arabic class, we're focusing on SDG 30 and climate change. We're focusing on how the food pyramid and foods impact climate change, especially how meat and dairy affect the environment compared to plant-based options.
In our 9th grade biology class, we created a class zine about the consequences of biodiversity loss in the various ecosystems. Seniors in economics classes created environmental documentaries and presented them in a film festival.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Amazing.
So good. So good. Just a few short years ago, they started with one class, and now the whole school, as you can see, doing wonderful work.
All right. So, agenda. Just so you know, we are gearing up for Nicole now, and she will be sharing a little bit about what we did with her and what we are going to do in the future as well. And after that, we are going to have Sage, and we had a very last minute person joining us who didn't make the slide.
Oh, right.
And that's what happens, right? During Climate Action Day.
We're super
right?
lucky. Good speakers coming up. Stay tuned.
Okay. So, Nicole, Jen.
Yeah, she's just such a cool person. She really inspires us. She's an astronaut. She's an artist. She's an advocate who has seen Earth from space. Her message is simple but powerful. We are all crew members of the same spaceship, and our spaceship is planet Earth. So let's hear from our good friend, Nicole Stott.
Hello, everyone. It is so good to be back with this amazing community for Climate Action Day.
I'm Nicole Stott, and as an astronaut, I've had the incredible privilege of seeing our Earth from space, our bright blue home. And from that view, one thing becomes very clear. We all need to accept our role as crewmates, not just passengers, right here on our planetary spaceship Earth. I've always believed that art and science together can inspire action and hope. And through creativity, we imagine what's possible. Through science, we make it real. That's what makes this community so special. Your creativity, your care for one another, and your commitment to our shared home. And speaking of creativity, wow, over 1,000 students shared their dreams for a better planet through the Postcards to Space project with TAG, the Space for Art Foundation, Space for a Better World, and Club for the Future. A partnership in purpose. Your art has traveled the world, lighting up the big Piccadilly screen in London, and soon those very postcards will travel to space aboard Blue Origin and will return back to Earth stamped flown in space. Very cool. How amazing is that? Your voices, your ideas, your imagination. They are not just reaching for the stars, they're shaping the future for all of us right here on Earth. So, as we celebrate Climate Action Day, remember this: you are not just citizens of your country or your city. You are citizens of the universe. You have the power through your curiosity, your unique perspectives, your creativity, and your role as a crewmate to make our planet and our future something truly beautiful. Thank you, and keep dreaming bigger. See you next time.
Awesome. And we're going to do it again. So watch your inbox. We will send an email when we have this new opportunity for you. Right, Jen?
Yep, that's right. Nicole is always just the coolest person. So stay tuned. Big things coming for 2026. More out of this world experiences for our schools.
Awesome. So, any more schools?
Okay, we have some schools lined up. This next one's really special. And we have been keeping Jamaica in our hearts after the devastating Hurricane Melissa just last week. I know a lot of our schools have been preparing their videos for the past few weeks. Our friend Julian Francis, teacher there, had been preparing to do a full school message with her students, but she was not able to because of the hurricane. But don't you know, she took time with one of her students to record a short video for us to represent all of the work that they have been doing all year long to spread joy and awareness through hands-on projects that help their community and to protect their island home, very vulnerable to these weather-related incidents. So let's keep Jamaica in our hearts, so many of our good friends there, and let's go to Julian and hear their message.
Good afternoon. My name is Julian Francis, and here I have my student, Kurt Brown. Today, we are going to present on climate change. Why climate change? We are seeing a lot of things that are causing the climate to change. Now, I am a representative of the Yallas Primary School in the parish of St. Thomas, Jamaica. And I feel that it's very important to talk about climate change. Now, here is one of my students going to give you a poem about climate change. Go ahead, Kirk.
Save the Earth by Kurt Brown. We are hurting the earth. You see, pollution causing problems. Believe me, we can save Earth by doing the right thing. Plant trees. Turn off the light. That's something. Reduce, reuse, or recycle. Walk, ride, or cycle. Keep our planet clean and beautiful and green.
Woo! Awesome!
Thank you.
Wow.
It's always to see this during Climate Action Day. It's so amazing to see those emotions. Welcome back, Whitney. I do remember when you sent me an email and you were really excited that you secured a new guest.
Yes, I am very excited to introduce Sage Lenier, who is an environmental justice advocate and youth educator dedicated to empowering the next generation of changemakers. Through her work, including a course she started at UC Berkeley, she equips young people to take action for a more just and sustainable future. Please welcome Sage.
Hi, everyone.
It's so nice to be face to face with you.
Yes, I'm in Rio for COP30.
Oh my goodness. Wow, that's amazing. How is it going?
So far, well, COP is a bit of a disaster this year because they decided to put it in the middle of the rainforest. So it ended up getting spread out across Rio, Sao Paulo, and Belém in the rainforest. So it's a bit hectic this year.
Okay. So nice to find some calm here, I guess. So I loved reading all about the course you started at UC Berkeley, Solutions for a Sustainable and Just Future. And I was hoping we could get started with you talking about what first inspired you to start this course and how did your background influence that decision?
I felt like there was a big gap there was a big gap in the curriculum at Berkeley, and I felt like we weren't telling the story right. I think a lot of environmental education is very oriented around understanding the nuances of the problem, the depth of how bad the problem is, and that wasn't, I think, productive for young people on an emotional and psychological level, but also in terms of not being equipped to move out into the world and actually solve problems. Yeah, so I wanted to take a solutions-oriented approach, and I was also looking for my personal, I think, search for how we should be prioritizing each of these things I keep hearing about, how important is each one, because I think we overemphasize certain things like plastic, which are not going to say not problems, but all things considered much smaller problems than the ones that we need to be most urgently focusing on. And so I wanted to, for myself, get an understanding of what are the largest contributors to the ecological crisis and what are the biggest hits we could take, the easiest, highest ROI, return on investment kind of things that we could do to get the biggest transformation or the biggest, leap towards progress.
Okay, amazing. And that segues perfectly into our next question, which is if every school adopted one key principle from your course, Solutions for a Sustainable and Just Future, what would you want that to be?
I think there's two ways I could answer this question, either topic or approach, and truly I think it is just important to be solutions oriented. I've heard this from students from all over the world at this point. I know that there's, for example, this gigantic 700-person course at Harvard taught by a NASA climate scientist, and everyone I know who's taken that course has left it being like, we're cooked. There's nothing we can do. And I think that narrative is not helpful for actually getting young people excited about the prospect that these problems are solvable and trying to find their place in it. And then in terms of topics, I think we focus too much on climate change because that's just one of the problems that we're trying to solve. If you're looking at the environmental crisis writ large, we also are extracting too many resources, we're destroying too many ecosystems, and we're polluting too much. And so climate change is one of those four. So taking a more holistic systems approach in understanding the way that we have to transform our economy, especially. I'm a huge proponent of circular economics. It's a very exciting principle. Would recommend the book Cradle to Cradle Design if you want an intro to that. But those are some of the things that I think are just really missing from environmental curriculums everywhere. And I think it should be mandatory. You shouldn't be allowed to live on this planet without understanding how it works.
I agree. And after your course, you've mentioned that students often say things like, I'm a different person, or they go on to start their own community initiatives. I think it would be amazing to hear what's one of the most inspiring stories or transformations that you've seen from your students.
I wish I had a one-to-one example in this. It is interesting because you never know who's, like, people don't necessarily email you 5 years on to say, hey, like, a seed was planted when I took that class and now I'm doing XYZ. Sometimes they do. I think it's oh, that's a mosquito. Oh my god. Please don't bite me. I don't think I got it. So I think it's mostly about giving people that systems thinking approach so that they can understand what role they can play in a broader sorry, very tired.
It's tired from so much traveling at COP.
Yeah. Helping people see what role they could play in a broader transformation, because I think when we oversimplify the climate, it's disappointing because people then start thinking, oh, well, I think the most I could do is to vote for a political candidate who hopefully will build more solar panels and wind turbines, but there's nothing I can do because individual actions are going to make a difference and we need system change. And I think that's the mentality most people have. And when you give people a whole systems framework for how problems can be solved, that helps them understand what kind of companies need to be started that are not being started, or what kind of companies they should be working at that are not being started. It helps people understand how we need to transform our cities, how we need to transform our communities, how the financial system needs to be different. And so people, I think, self-select for what they're passionate about, and that's what's exciting to me too. When people come through the program and they are interested in business, or they are a vegan, or they want to be an architect, they get most excited about the material that's most relevant to them, and then it's cool to see the ways that they go and take it to something else.
Okay, amazing. All right, well, thank you so much for those insightful reflections and for being here with us today, taking the time with your busy COP schedule. That was incredibly inspiring, and I believe, our next speaker, we're going right into our next speaker, Jerome Foster II, who is a leading climate activist, co-founder of Wake Up, and the youngest ever advisor to the US President on climate.
Sorry to disappoint me. It's me.
Oh, okay.
And Jen. But Jerome didn't arrive yet, so we'll have to see. Life's full of surprises, right?
Yes, surprises. That was wonderful with Sage. Thank you, Whitney.
Yeah,
we have classrooms
like
ready, though.
Sage, and we also have like a school. Jen?
Yes, let's go over to our next school, and then we'll have Caitlin to introduce our next speaker. So, all right, Kun, we were just in California, as you know, and we're going to stay in the United States, but aloha to Hawaii, the Asia Pacific International School with their 5th and 6th grade students. And guess what? They are taking school-wide action to reduce carbon footprints and spread awareness through their STEM class with their teacher, Jeremy Jacobson. So I think they are just waking up, and we are so happy to have them. Their message to us today: even simple actions can help reduce your carbon footprint. Over to you, Hawaii.
Aloha, friends from around the world. We are 5th and 6th grade STEM class at Asia Pacific International School, representing the beautiful state of Hawaii in the United States of America.
We would like to share some of the things our school is doing to take climate action.
One solution to climate change is, instead of just throwing away your food, you can, if you want, make a food scrap bin like here in APIS, like we did. We feed these to the chickens. By doing this, we keep food out of landfills.
These are our green waste compost bin, where we take waste from trees and plants and fruits to make compost for our beds. Our school saves so much money and energy by keeping the lights off because we have natural light.
Here at our school, in Hawaii, we use reusable water bottles instead of single-use plastic ones. We also use reusable silverware so that we don't have to throw away silverware and we can wash it after we eat.
We even made bioplastic in STEM class, which is plastic that can biodegrade.
This is one of our school vehicles. It can fit up to 14 people. And that also means 14 cars off the road. That also means less CO2 and less air pollution.
Since a lot of people can't take the shuttle, they walk, like us, like the cool kids.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Hi, Caitlin.
Hi.
So
Such
we
an
have
inspiring note to lead into our next speaker.
exactly, yeah. So that will be Rob Hopkins. What do we know about him?
I'm super excited to have Rob joining us. Rob is the founder of the Transition Town movement, inspiring communities to dream big and create local climate solutions. He's here to remind us that imagination is our greatest renewable resource. So welcome to Climate Action Day, Rob.
Hey there, wonderful folks at Climate Action Day. I'm Rob Hopkins from Transition Network, and I have just got back thanks to the time machine that we have built down here in South Devon, the world's first actual fully functioning time machine. I have just got back from the 2030 that resulted from us doing absolutely everything that we could possibly have done. The most exhilarating transition it took us to get there. There are many other futures, believe me, we've been to see them. A lot of them are horrible, but this one on the outer edges of possibility, but incredible. And I have just been in that world of incredible bicycle rush hours because we built the infrastructure to make them happen. Greener streets, cleaner air, the removal of hard surfaces, cities that feel so much softer and more porous, an economy that has moved away from growth as how it measures progress and is moving towards one that is based on well-being and connection and happiness. Schools that are now models of sustainability, a food and farming system that is much more diverse because agriculture stepped up and embraced the challenge that the climate emergency placed on them. Every city is now building a resilient food belt around itself, an extraordinary thing to see. And actually the fact that I've just come back from there and I can tell you about it and what we achieved there makes me feel really emotional, having the ability to come back and share with you. But it happened because I think we campaigned, of course, we mobilized, we lobbied, yes, but also because we helped people to fall in love with the future. We were able, using new tools, storytelling, art, music, all kinds of things like that, to help create longing at scale. As the great novelist Don DeLillo said, longing on a large scale is what makes history. That's how we did it. And having been there, I can tell you, my friends, it was so worth the effort. And I brought back an apple from 2030 on the tree. So I'm going to wish you farewell and enjoy that.
Wow, such a cool innovation and inspiring message.
Well, and his presentation was quite amazing too.
Yes.
I totally got caught off guard with that, but it was so fun. Love it.
I love his unique take on the time transitioning.
It was great. All right, Caitlin, we have another school that we are excited to introduce today. So we have every year 100 schools that work not just for one day or 6 weeks, but for the full year. And they join together and they are called our Climate Action Schools. And we have one school, I think it maybe was our first Climate Action School, and they've been with us from the start, Bullish Charter School. And they are here today to showcase the work that they have been doing, inspiring others with creative student-led sustainability projects. So with that, let's welcome our Climate Action School, who has been with us from the beginning. Over to you all at Bullish Charter.
Hello, I'm Shreya, and I'm in Eco Champions. One thing that I've learned in Eco Champions is that how important oak trees are to our environment and how many habitats they home. One thing that I think Eco Champions should work on doing better
Charlie Wilms. In our Eco Champions, we have done a nature scavenger hunt, and I've talked about how Jane Goodall had a big impact on the world by studying monkeys. And one thing I'm looking forward to is learning more about the nature, because I really like the nature. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan. Something I've done in Eco Champions is started to plant acorns. Something that is a goal for me in Eco Champions is to have a trash cleanup and clean up trash in the lunch tables.
Hi, I am Rhoda, and I am a part of my school's Eco Champions Go. In Eco Champions, we have learned about Jane Goodall and how she studied the monkeys and had a huge impact on the world. One thing I am looking forward to is learning how to save the earth and help our planet. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Sitzer. And hi, my name is Avik Tawari. The goal we have in Eco Champions is to encourage people to stop littering. It is causing lots of stuff because there's tons and tons of trash around the world. One thing we learned about our oak trees, and we planted acorns. We also learned about the tragedy of Jane Goodall and what she did to help the world and the rainforest, including chimpanzees.
Oh, here we are. Multitasking. I think that was it, right, Jen?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not done yet. We are not done yet.
Boy.
I know it's getting late over there in Belgium, but we are not done yet.
So do we have another
lot of people
author? We have a school scientist.
Nope.
Activist.
No. Yes.
Activist?
Yes, but
Artist.
probably people might not know him as that. Yes, artist.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm curious.
Okay. Let's hear who it is.
So it is an actor, an activist, Edward Norton. So let's listen to Edward Norton.
Hey everybody, it's Edward Norton. You might know me from my day job in the movies, but it's Climate Action Day, and I gotta tell you, even though I like my creative life, my real passion, and something I think we all need to be doing every day, whether you're an actor or a lawyer or a doctor or a student or a teacher like you guys, we all need to be taking action for the climate and to protect this incredible blue planet that we live on with its incredible ecosystems and biology. And we need to be making sure that we figure out how to live our human lives without the way we live causing the destruction of our own home. My dad used to say to me, there's a lot of bad things going on in the world. There's brutality between humans, there's pandemics, poverty, and there's all these political conversations and arguments and divisiveness that we see all over the news and our media feeds. But if we don't deal with the climate and the protection of the environment on this planet, we're going to be like a family arguing at the dinner table while their house burns down around them. We've got to protect our home. That is the generational challenge of our time. That's what we're going to be remembered for. And so the fact that you guys have all showed up for this day, for the Climate Action Project with your ideas and your commitments to take action, this is very inspiring to me. Very inspiring. I'm really grateful to you guys. And don't stop. Don't stop with these ideas, because there are more good ideas. Like, I don't know, talk to your parents about whether their company could buy carbon credit offsets for and looks at the carbon impacts of their business. Go to your own schools. Have your schools considered installing solar panels and batteries, and maybe you could do a fundraiser to get solar capacity on your schools. Or if you can't do that, have you got your schools and your institutions that you're involved with committed to telling their local utilities that they want to purchase their power from clean, renewable sources? There's so many things we can do that really do make a difference, from the personal to the local to the global. And in my own life, I try to do everything I can. The reason I shot this on this weird frame is, look what's behind me. I'm kind of proud of this. Those are it's about 17 kilowatts of solar energy that I put on the roof of my home. And guess what? I even charge my electric cars off that. And when the grid goes down, like in the fires we had out here, we were still up and running because of our solar panels and our batteries. And that's something we did to make our own home more sustainable. I'm proud to say I've worked on forest conservation, built forest carbon projects in the Chulu Hills in Kenya, advocated for coral reefs, lobbied for the Convention on Biodiversity and for countries to stay committed to those practices. You know, we've got to do all that we can, and you never know what path in your life is going to lead you into some kind of opportunity to do more and think more creatively. But I can tell you this, we need it, and it's our obligation, it's our responsibility to the future generations, to our own children, to our planet. But don't just think of it as a chore, because I will tell you, I have a pretty fun day job. I get to make movies for a living, but I never have more fun than when I'm working with the kinds of people that I work with on these challenges. That work takes me to the most interesting places in the world, gets me working with the most inspiring people in the world, and it gets me out on the trails and climbing the peaks and diving on coral reefs and sitting in the quiet stillness of forests and appreciating the beauty of nature around me. So fight for it. Yeah, fight for it. But don't just be angry. Don't just be, in your head. Enjoy it too. Get out there with your friends. Mountain bike on the trails. Hike in the mountains. Swim in the ocean. Play in this amazing world that we've got, because it's not just enough to fight for it. You got to enjoy it. Because when you appreciate it and you understand it on a deep level, it'll make it a lifelong commitment for you. So thanks for participating. Thanks for being here. Congratulations to you. I'm grateful to you and inspired by you. And let's all keep it up. Let's keep it up. Keep up the fight, because human ingenuity is too powerful for us not to be able to figure out this problem. And we will, thanks to you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Edward. Feels like we are friends now. So it's always great to see that people like Macklemore and Edward Norton, journalists, scientists, are praising our students' work. And that's really, really amazing, Jen, right?
Yep. So great to hear from speakers all day long. I love hearing from Edward Norton that this work is the work that he loves. We also get to do work that we love every single day. We get to work with teachers. We get to work on this mission of climate education for all. Today was very special because we were joined by 3 of our amazing youth co-hosts, Whitney, Nishad, and Caitlin.
Hello.
We did it.
Yay!
It was great. All right, how are you all feeling?
That was so much fun and so inspiring. We have such a cool, unique collection of speakers every year.
I'm very sad it's over though. I get so excited for the past few months and now it's all over.
I loved being, I think so, whenever I do something, I just get so engrossed in it, and then I get very sad when it's over. But yes, I was nervous, I was excited, and now it has culminated to today. So yes, congratulations to all of you and to Jen and Koen for setting up this Climate Action Day 2025.
Yes, thank you to each of you. I know you are taking breaks out from your university programs, your high school programs, all of the work you've been doing to help us get to today. We are so grateful. I know behind the scenes, we have a lot of others that are singing your praises, and we hope that you continue on and meet us back here a year from now as we're back for Climate Action Day 2026. And Koen, maybe we should introduce people behind the scenes who have been doing so much all day today and every day. Their purpose, their work is all about our classrooms, and we love them so much.
We do? Yeah? Who would that be? Boom.
Wow. It's our people.
Team Tag. Thank you so
Team
much for
Tag.
joining. These are the people making it happen behind the scenes and on stage as well. They are creating all of the initiatives we are doing with you, with our audience. Climate Action Day, Climate Action Project, Climate Action Schools, the app, the platforms, Build the Change, Write Our Own Future. Jen?
All the things every
forgot
day.
one. Coding for Climate.
Yeah, Coding for Climate, taking care of our
Work with the
community, taking care of our technology, making sure everyone has what they need. And as our community knows, we are learning from you every day. So these are the people who are listening and making sure we hear your messages and we can respond and support. So let's see, we have Riley, Bram, Monica, Lindsay, Bren, and Kayla. And these are just a few of our team members. We have others who are already sleeping. I mentioned Franco. I know he's already at the end of his day. We have Hope and Scott. We have a lot of friends that are working really hard. So how's it been on the other side of Climate Action Day?
Amazing. So exciting.
From Spain, yes.
Just astoundingly clever.
Oh, good.
Seeing all the schools, but also the presenters. It's such a important component of the work that we do.
So how was the dance party?
I'm still a little sore.
A little sore, Riley?
Iconic.
Yes, Bonnie, it was so great. Fantastic. Well, you guys ready to start preparing for next year? Oh, we have Hope and Scott joining. Great. Feeling we saved you a spot right there. Now we have the full grid.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
You guys ready to start preparing for next year?
Perfect. Great.
Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you for being with us all day, taking all the quote messages, preparing blog posts, doing our graphics on social media. We are so grateful. Thank you for everything.
Yes, and this is not the end to what we have been doing. There are so many more initiatives we are working on, and we also want to highlight our app, Earth Project app. You can find it at earthproject.org. It's a free app you can find for Android and iOS. And it's made for you, for teachers, students, parents, for everyone. And you can see your impact. You can see what you can do every day, small, everyday, individual actions, and you can see your impact. You can get badges and levels and so on. And so feel free to give it a try. Also, for all of you who have been joining Climate Action Project this year, for the students, please submit this survey, because this gives us great insight into the impact of our initiatives. So we would like to know what you've been doing. It's anonymous, so nothing can go wrong with that. Jen?
That's right. All right. We are now at the end of our day, celebrating you all. Congratulations to all of our classrooms. You all have worked so hard, and we can't wait to follow along as you start submitting your solutions, where we can gather up all of our collective impact and report it out to the world. You are our greatest hope for the future. Get outside, enjoy nature, celebrate, and we will see you back, I'm sure, as soon as tomorrow as we keep this mission going.
Right. Thank you so much, everyone. It has been a journey, quite a journey. We have one final video for you with some voices we had throughout the past 6 years. You may recognize some of them. So here is it. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you to everyone worldwide who's generating ideas, from teachers and students in classrooms to those taking part in the Climate Action Project.
Happy Climate Action Day to all you teachers and students joining for this amazing celebration of planetary love and appreciation.
Do you know what gives me the greatest hope? It's you, young people. Your actions are already making people sit up and listen.
Happy Climate Action Day to all you teachers and all you students, and thank you for joining this celebration.
Hey, what's up? This is Tony Hawk. I wish I were there skating with you right now, but I am thankful to know that you are working on important problems that benefit the world we live in.
Hi, I want to congratulate and give a virtual hug to all the students across countries, across borders, who are collaborating, exchanging knowledge, and finding solutions.
Hey everybody, it's Edward Norton. You might know me from my day job in the movies, but it's Climate Action Day.
What's up, y'all? It's Macklemore, and I would like to welcome you all to Climate Action Day. Thank you for being here, and thank you for everything that you are doing for our planet.
I'm now blowing kisses to everybody from around the world who's watching. Lots and lots and lots of kisses from Dr. Jane to all of you.